Chapter 22-26, Light Fire Southern Border. A group of 5 Gu masters were sprinting rapidly on the road. The leader had rank 4 cultivation level. He had an ordinary face, but was exceptionally capable. It was Xiang clan's Gu master Xiaoyan. Moving Fire Gu. He was activating a fire path Gu worm now to travel. Each step he took, flames would be ignited on the ground, causing a huge trail of fire to burn along his path. Behind him, the 4 Gu masters all had rank 2 cultivation level. They were gritting their teeth as they followed him. Lord Xiaoyan, let's rest for a while. We don't have enough primeval essence. While running, a rank 2 Gu master suggested. Xiaoyan slowed his speed, but he was still running. This was the wilderness. If Gu masters did not have sufficient primeval essence, they would face great risks in surviving. A rank 2 Gu master was also not qualified to explore the wild. They lacked the capability and strength. But right now, Xiaoyan had a mission to do. According to the information, if I am any later, the fire in the village will be unstoppable. I need to hurry there now. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and went out to search for fire path Gu materials, causing Lady Xiang Xiang to face great danger. This time, I need to work hard and complete this mission to make up for my mistake. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan made up his mind. He ordered, "You 4, go rest. I will head there first. After you are done resting, catch up to me." "Yes." The 4 Gu masters answered. Xiaoyan's speed rose to its limit. He quickly went into the forest. A few hours later, he arrived at his destination, a small village that was under Xiang clan's control. "Lord, you finally came. The village has already prepared some wine." The village head was a rank 4 Gu master. He spoke to Xiaoyan politely, but Xiaoyan waved his hand. "The fire is more important. We need to resolve this issue first." The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Please come with me. To speak the truth, I have been very anxious these days." The village head brought Xiaoyan to the back of the mountain. Xiaoyan saw that in a crevice at the back of the mountain, there was a white, dazzling flame burning intensely. "That's right, this is light fire." Xiaoyan stared from afar as his pupils shrank. "This light fire is too big. It covers a range of at least 200 paces. This is beyond my capabilities." Light fire was a type of special fire. It was a rank 5 Gu material. From what Xiaoyan knew, this Gu material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path Gu worms. From the perspective of a Gu Immortal, the essence was clear. This light fire contained fire path and light path Dao marks. To think that I could not find any special fire earlier no matter how I searched. But once I took this mission, I found such a large area of light fire. Lady Xiang Xiang purposely gave this mission to me. She is simply too kind and merciful. Sigh. This gratitude. Xiaoyan sighed internally. He gradually understood Xiang Xiang's intention. He slowly got closer to the light fire. As the distance shortened, he felt deeper emotions internally. He became angry for no reason. This was not strange. This was the effect of the light fire. The closer one got to this Gu material, the angrier they would become. Xiaoyan tried to use fire path methods and quickly kept away a lump of the light fire that was the size of a basin. Xiaoyan nodded internally. His earlier evaluation was right. Such a large field of light fire could not be taken by him alone, but he could keep most of it. Afterwards, the 4 rank 2 Gu masters would arrive and help him to complete this mission successfully. But they had to be quick. Gu materials like light fire would spread and grow rapidly in the day. But now was night time. The light fire's growth was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan rushed there at full speed while leaving his subordinates behind. "Before they get here, I need to make arrangements in the surroundings in case of enemies." Xiaoyan immediately used his alert methods near the light fire. Guarding against others was a necessity. Furthermore, in order to retrieve this light fire, Xiaoyan had to use his full strength. Why are there still mortals in the surroundings? While surveying the location, Xiaoyan found that there were many mortals praying within the mountain's forest towards the fire. The village head quickly guaranteed that he would chase these mortals away. For the following period, he would not let these mortals interrupt Xiaoyan and his subordinates. Next, the village head explained the reason. It turned out that because the sky had gotten strange recently, without white heaven or black heaven, day and night could no longer be differentiated. Thus, the Gu masters of the 5 regions and even mortals were deeply shocked and fearful. On a certain night, fire rain fell from the sky. Lumps of heaven flames landed in the range of 10,000 li around the village. These mortals were shocked by the phenomenon and thought that heaven was angry and punishing these mortals by burning them to death. Thus, they were all kneeling here and praying for forgiveness. Foolish. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but his expression became milder. He could understand them. When the sky first changed, he was also extremely fearful. But with the information from Xiang Xiang, he learned that even though this was a huge event, it was not dangerous to them. Even if there were danger, It was not something that Gu masters at Xiaoyan's level should care about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven, or more accurately, in the fused black and white heavens. A few tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan watched the huge sun from afar. The sun seemed to be moving forward slowly, but it was traveling rapidly on a fixed route, going from east to west, before U-turning and going back from west to east, repeating the process endlessly. Whenever the sun went to the extreme east of immemorial white heaven, or the extreme west, 12 hours would pass exactly. With the swap of black heaven and white heaven, the 5 regions would be enveloped by the night sky. And in white heaven that was above black heaven, the sun would go on the return route from west to east, spending 12 hours to reach the starting point. By then, black heaven and white heaven would swap again. Thus, in the view and perception of mortals, the sun had always appeared from the east of white heaven when the night sky fades. When it was dusk, the sun would vanish into the extreme west as the night emerges. The sun was very large. Among the 11 venerables, even Spectral soul demon venerable, who had the largest body that resembled a mountain, was far inferior to the sun. The size of the sun, in Fang Yuan's estimation, was about the size of giant hero sea area, and that was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's travel route had absolutely nothing in its way. But now, with the fusion of both heavens, the environment changed abruptly and chaotically. While Fang Yuan was observing, a large area of black clouds blocked the sun's path. Whenever the sun moved forward by a little, a large portion of the black clouds would dissipate. Of course, the sun was not completely unharmed. From time to time, sparks would fall off the surface of the sun. These heaven flames would land on the black clouds or scatter elsewhere. An even smaller portion of them would land in the 5 regions. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the collision of the black clouds and the sun was like the collision of 2 groups of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black cloud is bound to lose, but the sun's expenditure is also considerable. With such an intense change, it is no wonder that heaven form has turned chaotic and is also at the brink of breaking apart. Fang Yuan was originally refining heaven path Immortal Gu. The reason why he suddenly changed his plans and came up to the 2 heavens of Eastern Sea was because of heaven form. Heaven form was left by thieving heaven demon venerable. It was considered half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable had encountered a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of white heaven or placed into one's grotto heaven. It was filled with heaven's will that was constantly replenished at all times. Even thieving heaven demon venerable could not use his human will to refine it forcefully. After thinking long and hard, he found a solution. He forcefully condensed it and created an immortal killer move, calling it heaven form. The refinement of heaven form needed a long period of time and generations of wills to cleanse. One day, it would be truly refined by a Gu immortal. By then, it would be usable. Afterwards, this heaven form killer move was obtained by the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs who made the 1,000-year bet, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heaven form was a huge help to Fang Yuan, especially in terms of invading the 2 heavens grotto heavens, as well as displaying great use during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a one-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. When activating it, it would spread its wings and fly elegantly. When it was inactive, it would shut its eyes and stand on one leg. Its neck would coil up on its back as it rested silently. Heaven form had been kept in immemorial white heaven all along. Fang Yuan could not take it away, because its foundation was in immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and black heaven were fusing, heaven form's foundation was affected. Fang Yuan had to help it in time and stabilize its form. Otherwise, without external aid, it would be destroyed. Chapter 22-27. Fang Yuan's loving consolation, the white crane-like heaven form, cried out in front of Fang Yuan. It was in great pain. Its body twisted and curled up at times. Fang Yuan's fingers were spread like blooming flowers as he activated his refinement path killer move. Traces of green and fragrant wind moved around the white crane like chains coiling on its body, stabilizing its form. Heaven form was originally declining in condition, but after using this method, its collapse was slowing down. But that was not enough. The white crane continued to cry out, "Don't worry, I am around, I will protect you." Fang Yuan continued to console it. This was a killer move from an information path Gu Immortal because it was special and had refinement path effect. Lang Yalan Spirit kept a copy of it. After Fang Yuan's modification, he abandoned the original name and called it Loving Consolation. It seemed like information path, but was actually a refinement path method. After returning to its roots, the effect was greatly elevated. This move could allow the Gu Immortal to use words of consolation on an incomplete Immortal Gu to affect the refinement process. For example, if on the brink of failure, Fang Yuan consoled it repeated as such, "I know you can do it. Work hard. You can definitely succeed. Believe in yourself." If these words of consolation reached the incomplete Immortal Gu that was about to break apart, its condition would stop worsening. It could even recover and succeed in refinement in the end. However, this move had certain restrictions. Firstly, the effect was continuous. Each sentence had little effect on the process. Only through an accumulation of nonstop speech could there be an evident effect. Thus, during refinement, if there was a sudden accident and this move was not used in time, or maybe the effect of this move could not catch up with the speed of deterioration, then the refinement process could not be salvaged. Secondly, this move could only be used on an incomplete Immortal Gu. That was to say, the refinement must reach a certain stage before this could be used. Otherwise, without an incomplete Immortal Gu formed, this move could not even be used. Many Gu recipes refined Immortal Gu immediately. There was no intermediate step of forming an incomplete Immortal Gu first. Thus, this could not be used in such situations. But Fang Yuan could use it now. Because this situation was a little special. Heaven form was originally intact, but with the fusion of Black Heaven and White Heaven, it suffered major injuries and could be treated as an incomplete Immortal Gu. Of course, the basis was that Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable and had the attainment level and methods to treat the rank 9 killer move, Heaven form, as a Gu worm undergoing refinement. "Don't worry, with me around, you can rest assured." Fang Yuan continued to speak gently, but Heaven form's cries were getting louder. Suddenly, Heaven form's snow-white feathers started to blaze up. It was originally an ember, but the fire soon grew after a few breaths of time, becoming the size of a human palm. Fang Yuan immediately took action, breathing in deeply and activating his killer move as 2 lumps of qi that were white and blue respectively blew out of his nose. The 2 breaths first landed on the feathers and extinguished the flames before turning into frost and preventing the fire from starting again. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move before. I am considerably familiar with it. Fang Yuan was glad internally. If not for that, he would not be able to handle it in time. The larger the fire, the greater the cost Fang Yuan would have to bear when he dealt with it. If the fire spread throughout Heaven form's body, then this killer move would be destroyed. Even Fang Yuan could not save it then. "You must pull through. Your master believes in you," Fang Yuan said lovingly. The white crane's cries became louder and sharper. "What's going on?" Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Soon, he realized the problem. A wave of black poisonous liquid appeared in the white crane's body and started spreading rapidly, corroding everything and causing the killer move to be nearly destroyed internally. The white crane vomited intensely as black liquid came out of its mouth. Fang Yuan grunted and knew that he could not use a fire refinement method, otherwise, it would trigger the previous fire. Thus, he pointed. Instantly, 100 green light specks flew into the white crane's mouth like a swarm of insects. The green light spread around the poisonous liquid and grew rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew rapidly, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Fang Yuan flicked his finger again as golden light flowed like water, entering the white crane's body and cutting all the grass away. Powder also entered the white crane's body and helped to heal it at this time. "Everything will be over soon. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Don't give up." Fang Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane screeched intensely. Its body started to twitch like it was shocked by lightning. Next, its long and elegant body started to inflate like a balloon. It got larger and larger, seemingly reaching its limit and about to explode. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed with 5 fingers as a huge rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed rapidly like sparks in his mind. He manipulated the Gu worms in his immortal aperture and prepared another killer move. At the next moment, sharp icy spikes appeared on the huge rod. Boom. Fang Yuan exerted strength into his arm and slammed down on the white crane's body. It immediately cried out in pain and looked at its master in utter disbelief. But Fang Yuan was still smiling gently. "You must believe in master, believe in yourself too." Boom. Fang Yuan waved the rod and slammed down again. The white crane's inflated body was forcefully deflated. Powerful air currents gushed out of the holes on its body that were left by the spikes. Boom. Fang Yuan smiled gently. "White crane, be good, work harder." Boom. Fang Yuan smiled sincerely. "White crane, you are so cute. Persevere on. We will succeed eventually." Boom boom. Fang Yuan smiled mercifully. "No matter what you experience, don't ever give up. With me around, I won't let you die." The huge rod slammed down once more, while the white crane had already broken down mentally. Boom. After a loud impact, it nearly fainted. There were no movements anymore. However, its body returned to the original size. It no longer was inflated but was covered in injuries. It was barely still alive, no longer displaying the power of a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan stored away the huge rod with icy spikes. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself. Although it is my first time trying these two moves together, my refinement path venerable intuition is not wrong. There are no mistakes at all. The effect is just as strong as I expected. This move is not like loving Consolation. It has wide usage. I can practice it more in the future. Next time, if such a situation happens, I will use this again. As if the crane heard Fang Yuan's words, its corpse shook intensely and its mouth was tightly shut. With the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, heaven form fell into a deep predicament. Fang Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize it whenever an issue occurred. The difficulty is not high now, but the future is uncertain. By guarding heaven form, I am also restricted greatly. The more I try to save it, the more immortal essence I will waste. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence to begin with. This made the problem even worse. But I cannot abandon heaven form. Fang Yuan had to preserve this killer move. From his luck inspection through cooking luck pot earlier, Fang Yuan analyzed and found that heaven path was his best choice in getting past his current predicament. Like now, while guarding heaven form, he was also refining other heaven path Immortal Gu in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path Immortal Gu was refined. This heaven path Immortal Gu looked like a crystal spider. It was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long. Its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. Rank 8 Heaven Path Immortal Gu, Heavenly Web. This Gu was the core of the Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Back then in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth used it multiple times. It had outstanding defensive properties. It was definitely on par with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that there were only 2 Heaven Path Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web Gu, the other was Heavenly Birth Gu. Heavenly Birth Gu was used by Paradise Earth to revive. It was also his core Immortal Gu when converting from Earth Path to Heaven Path. There were also many other Immortal Gu, like Information Path Immortal Gu Summary. It could allow a Gu Immortal to deduce the general summary of a complicated information. Or for example, Rule Path Immortal Gu Normal. It could allow the target to recover to their normal condition. By using these Immortal Gu, Paradise Earth formed many Heaven Path killer moves like Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm, and others. These Immortal Gu were all destroyed by Paradise Earth's will before his death. Currently, Heavenly Web Gu was refined. Fang Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth Gu next. Heavenly Birth Gu could heal Immortal Gu. When used with Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves, it could have an effect on heaven form. Fang Yuan had his own heaven path accumulation before this. Rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, Heaven's Envy Gu, and the Heaven Envy's Heroic Genius's killer move that he used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the heaven form that he was saving now. After making huge gains from looting Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan gained a large increase in Heaven Path Foundation, especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results. There is a method called Obscured Heavenly Secret that can use the power of Heaven Path to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fang Yuan's greatest objective was the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. After that, it was to refine Heavenly Birth Gu and stabilize heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal Gu used in the move, the greater the concealment effect. Fang Yuan had to resolve his predicament of insufficient immortal essence. He had 2 choices right now. One was to develop his immortal aperture, but accelerating the time in sovereign immortal aperture was not a good idea. Fang Yuan could only expand his Great Love Gu refinement plan and try to get more resource points added into his immortal aperture to raise his immortal aperture origin core and produce more immortal essence. The other solution was to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan. Without it, Fang Yuan would have run out of immortal essence in Crazed Demon Cave. It had such an incredible effect. Whoever used it would understand why it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital Gu. Fang Yuan was now a rank 9 Venerable. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable for him. If he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fang Yuan to break out of this predicament. However, if he tried to advance it now, the information would no doubt be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were watching him closely. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He was now rank 9. Rank 8 cooking luck pot could only barely help him. When he tries to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, his luck would fluctuate immensely. Against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, cooking luck pot would not conceal the luck entirely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path venerable. It was even harder to conceal the information from her. The moment I refine my rank 9 Gu is also my weakest moment. The two of them will definitely cooperate to attack me. Thus, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is the crucial factor. Cooking luck pot could not deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable because it was luck path. But obscured heavenly secret was heaven path. It was like how Fang Yuan had little countermeasures against pill path and painting path. Against heaven path, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be helpless. But this method has a hidden threat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with the Tao 3 million years ago, while Heavenly Court has an immense foundation in heaven path research results. How long can obscured heavenly secret conceal the truth from her? Chapter 22-28. Control of Immortal Essence Stones Central Continent. 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals were surrounding an ancient cloud beast and attacking it. Be careful. The ancient cloud beast suddenly transformed and raised its speed, attacking the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not fazed. Her white blouse moved like a blooming flower, a vague silhouette blocking the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also attacked more fiercely. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat. Instead, it changed its form and enveloped the female immortal entirely. From outside, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had devoured the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun. Xiang shouted and wanted to activate an information path killer move anxiously. But beside him, Yuez stopped his action. Wait. If you use this move and pierce the cloud beast, what if you injure Fairy Lian Yun? Xiang stopped and gritted his teeth. Then what do we do? Yuez, who had the appearance of a young man, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try to use that move. What move? Xiang felt that it was too dangerous. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet. But Yuez had already started preparing the move. Sensing the aura of the killer move, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lian Yun and rushed towards them. Xiang immediately used his method to try to stall the ancient cloud beast. He opened his mouth wide, and his tongue could be seen. The information path killer move activated as Xiang spoke rapidly without stopping. The power of words affected the ancient cloud beast's body as a formless power accumulated and stalled its movement. After more than 10 breaths of time, Xiang finally heard Yuez's voice. He deactivated his killer move with joy and dodged to the side. Yuez's palms aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 beams of light shot out of them. The beams were pale blue. After landing on the ancient cloud beast, they started to dissolve. Zhao Lian Yun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, struggled intensely. She put in more effort and finally broke free from it, regaining freedom. All right, my turn. Xiang saw that Zhao Lian Yun had escaped and quickly made his move, cooperating with Yuez and using an offensive killer move. 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast with a loud sound. This ancient cloud beast exploded on the spot. The ancient cloud beast's corpse turned into lumps of clouds. Most were immortal materials. After Zhao Lian Yun and the rest collected the materials, they rested on the spot. It was my fault. I got trapped by the cloud beast and caused our immortal materials to not be high in quality. Zhao Lian Yun apologized. This loss is nothing. We only have rank 6 cultivation level but fought against an ancient cloud beast. Winning is already a huge achievement. We cannot ask for more. Yuez consoled. Xiang talked loudly. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, we have not been able to meet up often. While the 2 heavens are fusing together, with beast groups escaping from the 2 heavens to Central Continent, we are able to meet again to stop the calamity. Why bother fussing over the small details? The friendship of the 3 immortals was built up during the Reverse Flow River battle. Even though Fang Yuan was the biggest winner in that battle, the 3 of them had performed very well in the battle. They were saved by Wei Ling Yang, who risked his life, and they managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. After they returned to their sect, they received a lot of nurturing. Zhao Lian Yun smiled and said after Xiang, "Since we do not mind the small details, I would like sure to accept this gift." Saying so, she landed an information path immortal material to Xiang. Xiang was very happy. Wait, this is trash talk. Petal flower? This is an immortal material that I need to refine my Immortal Gu. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lian Yun turned to Yuez and smiled as she handed him a refinement path Gu Immortal True Inheritance. I got it. Yuez was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors are true, a certain generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Fairy Lianyan, how can I repay you? Zhao Lianyan shook her head and smiled. This is something within my abilities. It is also your good luck. Thankfully, I am the current generation fairy. Otherwise, I cannot have such authority to take the true inheritance. As for thanking me, of course I need something too. Zhao Lianyan said in a casual tone like she was joking. When you become rank 7 or 8 Gu Immortals, try to take care of me. Zhang Yi and Yuez's expressions turned slightly dim. They knew about Zhao Lianyan's situation. Zhao Lianyan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. She was unable to undergo tribulations, so her cultivation level could not advance. In contrast, Zhang Yi and Yuez's cultivation levels had increased significantly since the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "To speak the truth, I have been trying to find a way for you to break through this limitation. Gu Immortals go through tribulations because of the heavenly Tao's balancing. Heavens will manipulate calamities and tribulations to form. Fairy, you cannot undergo tribulations because divine concealment hides you from heaven's will. The solution is simple. You just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. The difficulty of breaking this killer move is too high. But with the reign of 3 venerables now, breaking a rank 9 killer move is not impossible. But destroying the killer move is too wasteful. I think, maybe you can find Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to help. She is a Wisdom Path Venerable. I am sure she has a solution." Zhao Lianyan smiled bitterly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is high and mighty. How can someone like myself even get to meet her? Fairy Lianyan, do not look down on yourself. The fact that you own rank 9 Love Immortal Gu means that you will not be ignored. Yuez urged. But to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court, you will need to pay a huge amount of contribution points. But now, you used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance that you gave me. Thus, I hope you will take all these Cloud Beast Immortal materials. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Then I will do the same. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Zhao Lianyan immediately shook her head. I understand your concern. If I bring back these Cloud Beast corpses and hand them over, I will get more contribution points than what I spent for the true inheritance. Even so, the amount that I lack to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help is still too much. It is better to invest in you two first and raise your strength to rank 7 or 8 before you come back and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyan made a lot of sense. After listening to her, Zhang Yi and Yuez decided to keep the Cloud Beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyan, please accept these Immortal Essence Stones. Yeah, in the following fights, a lot of Immortal Essence will be expended. At the crucial moment, you can replenish it using Immortal Essence Stones to deal with dangerous situations. Zhang Yi and Yuez spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyan did not reject them. She took both of their Immortal Essence Stones. I do not have many Immortal Essence Stones indeed. In fact, the sect is rarely giving out Immortal Essence Stones now. Do you know what's going on? Zhao Lianyan asked. Yuez and Zhang Yi shook their heads. They were in the same situation. Zhang Yi was an information path cultivator after all. He had heard some vague rumors. The 10 great ancient sects are all lower sects of Heavenly Court. All of our Immortal Essence Stones are distributed by them. Ever since the Fate War, Heavenly Court has started to reduce the amount of Immortal Essence Stones distributed. By now, they have basically stopped giving out any Immortal Essence Stones. The 10 great ancient sects have their own Immortal Essence Stone storage, but to save for the future, they also stopped handing them out. Yuez also said, recently, when transacting Refinement Path Immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I also noticed this. There are increased transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but most of them are done through resource trading. The circulation of Immortal Essence Stones has dwindled. Is Heavenly Court trying to influence the 5 regions Gu Immortal world through Immortal Essence Stones? Zhao Lianyan's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the Immortal Essence Stones in the market of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were from Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court had control of the source, their influence would be huge. The group that was most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu Immortals, and they also had the largest number in the Gu Immortal world. As one's cultivation level rose to become rank 7 or 8, their dependence on Immortal Essence Stones would fall. And this was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyan. There were mainly 2 aspects. Firstly, having the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was inconvenient. Secondly, once Zhao Lianyan had little Immortal Essence, she would not be able to replenish it quickly without immortal essence stones. Don't tell me that Heavenly Court is trying to reduce the number of transactions among the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions so that they can prevent the lower-ranked Gu Immortals from fighting in advance. Zhao Lianyan thought to herself. The phenomenon of reducing immortal essence stones became noticed by more Gu Immortals. Because there was only one source, which was Heavenly Court, other forces could not do anything about it. During normal times, immortal essence stones were used as currency for Gu Immortals to trade, but during war times, they were important tactical resources as Gu Immortals could replenish immortal essence with them. After realizing this phenomenon, the various forces of the 5 regions started to buy immortal essence stones and stock up on them. This made the supply of immortal essence stones became even lower than before. Naturally, Fang Yuan had noticed this himself. Heavenly Court is trying to weaken the strength of the other forces before war erupts, while raising the value of their own immortal essence stones. He was very interested in the secret behind Heavenly Court's immortal essence stones. Be it Shadow Sect's true inheritance or Paradise Earth's true inheritance, he had not found any clues. Even during the Fate War, when Fang Yuan attacked Heavenly Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard, he did not find out the secret of the immortal essence stones. Heavenly Court limited the flow of immortal essence stones. It caused a huge headache to countless forces and Gu Immortals, but for Fang Yuan, the problem was small. 1 immortal essence stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Each of Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence beads were worth 1,000,000 immortal essence stones. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived in the immemorial heavens and stabilized heaven form. Let's start. He let out a breath of air and started to prepare an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Chapter 22-29, Giant Sun's Attack Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Jade green water flowed like a large dragon, moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 Gu Immortals were chasing and trying to stop it. Quick, the water is flowing towards you. Watch this. Boom. The water flow rippled. A huge wave of over 100 feet rose. I blocked it. But be careful. 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals were engulfed by the wave instantly. Damn it. The remaining Gu Immortals used their methods to desperately stop it. In the end, the jade green water flow did not manage to escape the sea area. Once time was up, white light surrounded 10 li of the sea surface. He Chunxiu appeared and shouted, grabbed the air with his hands. Immediately, the surface of the sea rippled and surged with waves. After more than 10 breaths of time, a water path formation was built on it. This water path formation had a rank 7 water path Immortal Gu as the core. The main formation had already expended a batch of water path immortal materials. As the jade water flowed into the water path formation, it turned into a spiral whirlpool that moved on its own, emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 Gu Immortals here flew into the sky. After seeing this, they cheered uncontrollably. He Chunxiu inspected the formation again and ensured there were no issues before he also let out a breath of air. At this point, the Jade Green Water Flow resource point had been placed here. Jade Green Water Flow was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a very famous trait in that it would always be moving without ever stopping. After Fang Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and took in the Righteous Qi Alliance, he extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Path for a batch of water path resource points. This Jade Green Water Flow was one of them. He Chunxiu was in charge of placing this Jade Green Water Flow here. He made an immortal formation and ordered the rank 6 Gu Immortals to trap this Jade Green Water Flow, preventing it from escaping elsewhere. After several days of effort, it was finally completed. From this day on, the resource point would not only produce Jade Green Water Flow, it would also be one of the water vein nodes. With further development in the future, this might form into a Jade Green Water Flow sea area. Divine Rift Whirlpool, 7 Treasures Sea Spring, Underwater 1,000-Year Profound Ice Island, Cleansing Water Region, Rolling Pearl Water Treasury. These last few days, Mini Eastern Sea gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed before we can form one water vein ring. While He Chunxiu was thinking, one of the rank 6 Gu Immortals asked politely, Master, I wonder what other instructions there are. He Chunxiu waved his hand at them. A time path killer move was immediately activated. Their wounds healed at once. You may go back. He Chunxiu said. The Gu Immortals left after expressing their gratitude. They were very busy and needed to go around the place to resolve problems and stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The number of missions in Star Collection Hall was innumerable. While watching them leave, He Chunxiu sighed to himself. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced 2 main problems. The first problem was that strange phenomena were still occurring commonly. The sovereign immortal body's non-conflicting Dao marks was the root cause. The more Dao marks there were, the greater the problem. After Fang Yuan became venerable by passing the mini-chaotic disaster, he gained a huge number of refinement path Dao marks. At the same time, he had been building resource points recently. They were also made of Dao marks. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he lost about 50 Gu immortals. A portion of them had died in the mini-chaotic disaster. They could not be revived. Among which, there was the Combat Beast King. Most of the rest revived. They were all Gu masters now. The current situation was quite peculiar. These people could not quickly ascend to immortal yet. Thus, even throughout the sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chun Xiu, Wu Shui, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and the other rank 8 Gu immortals. Establishing resource points and setting up formations, these were tasks that only He Chun Xiu and Wu Shui could do. Although they did not cultivate formation path, they were still Fang Yuan's clones and shared his attainment levels. Other people simply could not do it. He Chun Xiu had already entered the liver life formation multiple times recently. He had no time to rest at all. Maybe I should ask the main body to give orders and deploy a portion of the Merman Imperial Court's merfolk Gu immortals to help us. He Chun Xiu thought to himself. Compared to the humans, the variant humans were more reliant on Fang Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea did need to relocate and move in a number of merfolk as well. Compared to the other 4 mini regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men on the 3 major continents. Although the population was not small, other areas had no variant humans at all. They were too empty. The sovereign immortal aperture was developed and managed by the clones and subordinates, while Fang Yuan's main body focused on guarding heaven form. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan's huge rod continued to slam on it. This time, there were no ice spikes on the rod. It was burning in flames instead. Heaven form was gritting its teeth, not daring to emit any cries as it curled up into a ball. The frost that appeared on its body out of nowhere was smashed by the rod before being melted by the flames. As the black and white heavens became fused to a greater extent, heaven form's condition was getting more unstable. But Fang Yuan was still quite relaxed. While stabilizing heaven form, he also activated Obscured Heavenly Secret repeatedly to practice it and gain more insight about the move. The Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move that he used now was the version that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had. Paradise Earth did not have Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Thus, he used Heavenly Web Gu as the core with a large amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. After these Heaven Path Immortal materials were used, Fang Yuan's body became covered in a new layer of Heaven Path Dao marks, resembling a fishing net. Whenever anyone made deductions or tried to investigate Fang Yuan, this layer of the fishing net made from the Heaven Path Dao marks would rapidly change form. The lines would contract and twist rapidly, distorting everything from the original state. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret's true effect is not to conceal myself from all deductions, but to perfectly mislead them and cause them to arrive at a wrong result. Fang Yuan had already recognized the essence of this move. Once the fishing net's Heaven Path Dao marks are depleted, this Obscured Heavenly Secret would lose all effect. Conversely, the more Heaven Path Immortal materials I consume, the more Heaven Path Dao marks would be used to construct this fishing net, which would cause this Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move to become even stronger and long-lasting. Because of this, Fang Yuan saw hope of deceiving the 2 venerables. Theoretically, as long as he had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to prevent the 2 venerables from finding out that he was refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Fang Yuan had more than 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Once he reached the minimum requirement, he would start refining Gu. Fang Yuan was anxious to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that now was the best time to do it. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The 3 venerables' methods were all exposed, while they could not modify their methods yet. Thus, in a fight, Fang Yuan had a greater advantage. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this chance, once the 2 venerables modified their methods, the result of their fight would be uncertain. Immortal Essence stockpile is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to fix this flaw, in our standoff in the future, my Immortal Essence reserves will always be below the 2 of them. I will always be restricted by this. Fang Yuan knew he had to take risks. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted. His eyes widened. His gaze pierced through longevity, heaven, and cast down on all 5 regions. Good. With the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see all the luck of the life forms in the 5 regions. Heavenly Court first looked at Heavenly Court. After a while, he turned to Eastern Sea but could not find Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shocked. He quickly searched and found a type of luck in the mixed black and white heaven. This luck was burning like a furnace. There were cracks on the surface and little firewood at the bottom. There was an immortal crane that resembled a cloud or mist within it, burning slowly in turmoil. Heaven form. Instantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes burst out with bright light. He laughed heartily as he understood Fang Yuan's current condition. This heaven form killer move is left by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was used by Fang Yuan during the Fate War to invade Heavenly Court. With the fusion of both heavens, Heaven Form's foundation is unstable. It needs Fang Yuan's protection. This rank 9 killer move is extraordinary, with Fang Yuan restricted by it. Now is the time for me to strike. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan exposed Heaven Form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with him multiple times. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew about this information. After seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortal Venerable set off to Eastern Sea. He moved quickly and resolutely, without a moment of hesitation. In the mixed black and white heaven, Fang Yuan sighed while smiling slightly. He had sensed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigation earlier. He purposely dispelled obscured heavenly secret to test it out. The result was that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable moved out to attack him. Since Giant Sun is coming, what about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2230, Star Constellations Attack Eastern Sea. Deep within Icy Sea area. In the pitch-black bottom of the sea, a huge ice mountain filled the vision of 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals. These 2 Su Clan Immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Chun. He was specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Ming Wan. He cultivated Dark Path. The 2 Gu Immortals were traveling within a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house was called Moving Frame Pavilion. It was a rarely seen strength path Immortal Gu house. The body of the house was like a pavilion, with 8 big, thick blue-gold pillars supporting the pavilion roof and pressing down on the pedestal. The blue-gold pillars were not straight, but bent with an obvious curvature. The 2 ends were inwardly curved, and the middle section expanded outwardly. On the whole, the entire moving frame pavilion looked like a huge bird cage with the 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals inside it. The moving frame pavilion emitted a layer of dark blue light, blocking the sea water that was outside it. Even so, a cold chill still permeated the place. After facing the icy mountain for some time, the eyebrows and hair of the Su Clan Gu Immortals were covered in frost. So cold. This ice mountain is made from 1,000-year profound ice. Moving frame pavilion does not have enough defense against it. We need to act quickly. Su Clan's Gu Immortals conversed while activating moving frame pavilion together, unleashing a strength path method. Instantly, there was a loud sound as a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was cracked by a formless force and floated towards the 2 Su Clan Immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chun immediately took action to move this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Boom, boom, boom. Moving frame pavilion continued to exert strength as pieces of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain were moved into their immortal apertures gradually. But good times did not last long. The surrounding ice-poisoned starfish were alarmed by them and quickly approached aggressively. Su Clan's 2 immortals tensed up immediately. I will lure them away. You should take as much as you can. Su Chun immediately flew out of moving frame pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, trying to lure away the ice-poisoned starfish group was still a risky thing to do. Su Ming, one who was left in moving frame pavilion, was not safe from danger either. Who knew what would happen next? It was not easy to retrieve the 1,000-year profound ice. Even for a superforce like Su Clan, which sent 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals along with an Immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was still full of danger. But there was nothing else Su Clan could do. As an Eastern Sea Righteous Path superforce, after joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they were extorted by Fang Yuan and had to contribute water path resources. Fang Yuan's requirement towards the water path resources was very high. He needed them to be usable as the water vein nodes. Naturally, Su Clan did not lack such resource points, but they did not want to give up their personal wealth. Coincidentally, Su Clan was situated close to Icy Sea area. Deep within this sea area, there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials. Thus, they planned to collect the profound ice here and hand it to Fang Yuan to satisfy his request. Quick, be quicker. Su Ming Wan raised his speed to the limit, but he still had insufficient 1,000-year profound ice. There was no helping it. Without Su Chun, his efficiency plummeted. And worse was that a shark group in the sea got disturbed by them. They swam towards moving frame pavilion. Sigh, we have no choice but to retreat. Su Ming Wan sighed deeply, feeling helpless inside. He had only found this underwater 1,000-year profound ice mountain after much trouble, but after this excavation, the environment would be greatly affected, causing a chain of reactions to occur. The stable ecology would instantly become chaotic, the beast groups here would start fighting against each other. Even if they did not fight, they would be wary against each other. If any commotion occurs, they would attack together, and more terrifying, a beast tide might occur. For the following period, trying to excavate thousand-year profound ice here would have much greater risks. Su Mingwan and Su Chen's best choice was to leave and find other suitable targets next. But right when Su Mingwan was about to leave, there was a surging aura above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed intensely. This aura was grand and imposing. It was mighty and unstoppable. All of the sharks that were swimming were intimidated. They escaped in panic. Su Mingwan's expression was filled with shock. This is a venerable's aura. At the previous moment, he felt that a huge sun had flown above his head, across the sea area. Giant sun, immortal venerable. He is attacking Eastern Sea. Su Mingwan was flustered and panicked. He quickly informed Su Chen about this. Su Chen was not far away. He was also stunned at the moment. Quick, tell First Supreme Elder about this. Giant sun, immortal venerable, seems to be moving towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but shout in fear. Are the two venerables' battle going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was shocked by this guess. His face was as pale as white paper. However, contrary to their guesses, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not move straight ahead. His speed fell quickly as he stopped above ICC area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura spread out in an unrestrained manner, showing his grand and domineering attitude. The entire sky rippled with golden light. The golden light spread rapidly to the sky and sea, expanding in all directions. Sensing the terrifying aura of the Venerable, almost all the underwater life forms escaped in panic. Thanks to this, the two immortals' predicament was resolved. But they were not happy about it. Instead, they started to guess. What is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable trying to do? Oh, Giant Sun stopped at ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan quickly sensed this situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not conceal his traces at all. It was like he was trying to tell Fang Yuan openly, I have arrived. Immemorial two heavens. So his plan is to stop above ICC area after all. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recovered to some extent, but his battle strength would not have risen by much. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Dao marks would be far inferior than Fang Yuan. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even if he saw Fang Yuan's situation, attacking him abruptly would not have any benefits. Only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain from this. It was very wise that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to enter Eastern Sea. He was currently refining Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refines all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would have a territorial advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if he was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate Killer Move from Northern Plains that would be effective in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was planting a tower in Fang Yuan's base camp. It could inspect Eastern Sea situation during normal times, and in battle, the activation of Luck Path Dao marks would allow him to launch attacks on the entire Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could not do much to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He could not leave, unless he abandoned Heaven form to return to Eastern Sea and face him. But in that case, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had to retreat and leave, while Fang Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not retreat and fought against Fang Yuan in attrition, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would dwindle further. In the event they fought, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be at a disadvantage, he would not be killed so easily. Fang Yuan had expected this to happen. Long ago, when the heaven vein of the immemorial two heavens started to fuse, Fang Yuan had already deduced the crisis of heaven form. This problem occurred after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this situation was already very good. The collapse of heaven form was a problem. Fang Yuan needed to try to resolve it while using the chance to create an opportunity to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. He did not have enough immortal essence now. It was not time to advance the Gu. Thus, he could also not expose obscured heavenly secret yet. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable checked on Fang Yuan, he immediately retracted this move. For a person like Fang Yuan, his own weaknesses and flaws were things he could exploit to use against his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was already influenced by him. Next, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's beautiful eyes looked at Eastern Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to stay in ICC area. It was really an amazing choice on his part. ICC area was at the westernmost part of Eastern Sea. It was closest to Central Continent. By refining the luck path Dao marks of Eastern Sea, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also trying to threaten Central Continent. After sensing Fang Yuan's issue, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a move. But he did not fight against Fang Yuan. This shows that his battle strength has not risen much. And he is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided rapidly in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable in existence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would definitely fight his way to the immemorial two heavens now and attack Fang Yuan. After all, he had abundant immortal essence. Even though Fang Yuan had higher battle strength, he could not kill Giant Sunday. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After the battle, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would shrink. He would not be able to utilize his advantage as a refinement path venerable. Even rank 9 killer move heaven form would be affected and might get destroyed. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable around, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pitted himself against Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. From this point, it could be seen that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was helping Fang Yuan. Heaven form, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be allowed to exist. During the Fate War, this was the killer move that allowed Fang Yuan to break into Heavenly Court. As long as Heaven form existed, Fang Yuan could break into any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came up with a plan. At the next moment, she connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Fang Yuan. Great love, Immortal Venerable. I want your help in refining some Immortal Gu. What do you think? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said while smiling. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had also expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to find him. Fang Yuan understood the intention of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He said, "What Immortal Gu do you want? Also, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how will you deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied immediately, "I need Star Thought Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Permanence." Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before replying. "Sure, but I need to see your sincerity first." "Okay, here is my sincerity." Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow that flew straight for Northern Plains. Chapter 2231. Refining Heavenly Essence Treasure. Imperial Lotus. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very daring. She flew rapidly and went deep into Northern Plains, the former location of Imperial Court, Blessed Land. She did not target any of the Huang Jin tribe members. She acted like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, staying in the sky and starting to refine the natural wisdom path down marks of Northern Plains. At once, starlight shined in the sky, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move into Longevity Heaven directly, although it seemed like this was the best opportunity to attack Longevity Heaven, since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was far away in Eastern Sea. The truth was that it was not easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. Grotto heavens were condensed into one spot in the sky. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was open, outsiders could not get in easily. This was also why Heaven form had immense value. Furthermore, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get inside Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy the rank 9 Grotto Heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would come back and defend the Grotto Heaven. He would fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gives up on Fang Yuan and fights Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead, not only would there be risks of getting injured, he would expend more immortal essence as well. That would benefit Fang Yuan too much. In this contest of 3 venerables, they were mutually wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack the others, these venerables also had to maintain their own development speed. This situation was very complex now. If one acted rashly without consideration, they would be courting death. Having judgment was very important. If one made an appropriate move with just the right intensity, they would gain a bit of advantage in this stalemate of the 3 venerables. The 3 venerables knew this. Thus, each of their actions contained deep meaning and considered the reactions of each other. In most cases, they reacted according to the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated her current actions clearly. This was the most advantageous move for her. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless and had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, even if they had the same battle strength, Fang Yuan would still be a bigger problem than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Currently, Fang Yuan's circumstances were very troublesome. The difficulty of maintaining heaven form would only increase with time, Because more than half of his Heaven Path research results came from star constellation Immortal Venerable, she knew about this clearly. Fang Yuan had to guard Heaven form while expending Immortal essence. This depleted his already low reserves. And now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to Eastern Sea to refine its luck path down marks. This was a way to weaken Fang Yuan as well. At the same time, star constellation Immortal Venerable requested Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan in exchange for making a move. This was also a way to weaken him. In addition, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also weakened by this move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the advantage of Immortal Essence. This was something that star constellation Immortal Venerable knew. With this advantage, if star constellation Immortal Venerable did not disrupt him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's down mark refinement rate would always be higher than star constellation Immortal Venerable. Additionally, for Heavenly Court, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World had a bigger threat than Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World. It was a well-known fact that Northern Plains Gu Immortals had outstanding battle strength and bravery. This was something that Eastern Sea lacked. Star Constellation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth. His expression turned ugly. But he did not move from his position. He continued to refine the luck path down marks. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huang Jin tribes, this was not something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not endure. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went beyond this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would return and fight with her. This was undeniable. If a strong enemy tried to step over one's bottom line, there had to be fierce retaliation. Otherwise, the enemy would think that one was easy to bully. Then in the future, life would only get tougher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not step over Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bottom line, so there was no intense desire for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to return to Northern Plains. So what if he returned? By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could just leave, but could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chase after her and barge into Heavenly Court? Even if he reached Heavenly Court, could he fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Would Fang Yuan not benefit from that? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not chase her, if he returned to Eastern Sea, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went back to Northern Plains again? If they did this repeatedly, what would be the point of it all? Was traveling not costly on Immortal Essence? If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did that, he would not be able to refine many of Eastern Sea's luck path down marks, yet he would spend a lot of time in Immortal Essence. Was that not a huge joke? The situation was different for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even if she attacked or retreated multiple times, she would still get Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose not to move. He continued refining Eastern Sea's luck path down marks. But at this time, Fang Yuan approached Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why must we behave like this? We are both victims of Heavenly Court. They have the deepest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest region. This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, not long ago, Heavenly Court denounced us as demon venerables. We need to join hands and deal with Heavenly Court instead. Look at the situation now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has openly gone to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path down marks there. She is simply disregarding your existence. Fang Yuan urged him while suggesting, why don't we have a transaction? I will pay you Immortal Gu in exchange for you refining Central Continent's down marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he replied, Fang Yuan, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made such a transaction with you too. Since the 5 regions are one, and the regional walls no longer exist, I can not only refine Eastern Sea's luck path down marks here, but also Central Continents. If you want me to let Eastern Sea off, I need to see how many Immortal Gu you can give. When Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were still bargaining, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fang Yuan, you have already seen my sincerity. It is your turn now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked for Immortal Gu directly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before sending Permanence Gu into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Speaking of which, this Permanence Gu belonged to Heavenly Court at first. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained it after destroying Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received Permanence Gu, she inspected it before hearing Fang Yuan's new suggestion. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Longevity Heaven or any of the Huang Jin tribes, he would pay her even more Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, it will not be just 3 Immortal Gu. Her attitude was quite similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was talking on the other end. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was gaining the most benefits. Fang Yuan was merely trying to stall for time now to undergo refinement. As long as he refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, these losses would all be worth it, even if he had to increase the chips. But the problem for Fang Yuan now was that he lacked Immortal Essence. It seems that I must accelerate the time of the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Right now, Fang Yuan's gaze was like a hawk. He stared at heaven form sharply. It shivered in response. Fang Yuan did not want to raise the speed of time in the sovereign Immortal Aperture, but there were no alternatives. At this point, he had already paid a considerable price to get this opportunity. And Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that such an opportunity seldom knocked twice. In the future, he might not be able to do this anymore. If the opportunity presented itself, he had to grab onto it. Within the sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone, He Chunxiu, started to use Time Path killer moves. One after another, killer moves were activated. The raging water of the River of Time was drawn into the Year Essence Pool. Next, through it, the water was diverted to the respective subpools. The time path zones that the Year Essence Pool controlled had faster time flow now. It was obvious when compared to the surroundings. And this difference was expanding and getting more evident. After Fang Yuan became venerable, the sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time became quite close to the 5 regions. But now, after he used this method, the difference became larger again. This was a huge threat, of course. Normally speaking, a chaotic disaster occurred once 100 years. Now, it might arrive in 70 or 80 years. Once Fang Yuan's chaotic disaster arrived, the other venerables would find the chance to attack him together. At that time, he would face both internal and external threats. Fang Yuan had a determined expression. He resolved himself after making this choice. Whether this gamble was worth it would depend on the future. As the sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time rose, the production of yellow apricot Immortal Essence also started to accelerate. The development of the Immortal Aperture was improved greatly as well. The 3 venerables were in a deadlock now. As days passed, the 5 regions Gu Immortal World focused on these 3 venerables, observing their actions and discussing their possible future decisions. Because He Chunxiu used too many time path methods in this period, he had to recuperate and rest. Thus, Wu Shui led the other Gu Immortals and formed the first water vein. Fang Yuan was facing greater difficulty in maintaining heaven form now. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked him for a second Immortal Gu. Star Eyes, Star Thought. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan chose to give Star Thought Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fang Yuan finally used this killer move officially. It marked the start of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Refinement. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan. It contained a few more Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was it stronger and thicker, it could even allow him to control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was not stingy now. He directly used 60% of his Heaven Path Immortal materials. At almost the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret's activation, within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also started. Inside 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shui, He Chunxiu, and around 10 Hairy Man Gu Immortals got to their stations and started to wait for the refinement to start. This was an incredible group that gathered, but they were only helping out now. The divine sense of Fang Yuan's main body was present now. He was going to refine Gu personally. Rumble. Jade light shot out, surging like a flowing river. Fragrance spread everywhere, causing people to feel delighted. This was just the first step, but a small mountain of rank 9 wood path immortal materials were already expended. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were all extraordinary, while Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Gu. It was also the most helpful Gu to Fang Yuan now. This was a huge uncertainty. Therefore, Fang Yuan soon sensed a huge fluctuation in his own luck. Chapter 2232. Furnace Luck. Fang Yuan willed in his mind. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot started to activate. Fang Yuan diverted his gaze and looked up above him. He saw that his rank 9 refinement path luck was like a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface that made it look like it was poorly created. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a pile of firewood burning intensely. This showed that Fang Yuan was currently using all of his immortal essence reserves. Within the furnace, 2 lumps of clouds were intertwined. One lump was an immortal crane cloud that was white in color with black spots inside. It resembled heaven form. This cloud was close to breaking apart, but each time it was about to collapse, heat would be emitted from the furnace to forcefully gather it again. The other lump of cloud was smaller. It resembled a green lotus. The green lotus cloud was the opposite of the immortal crane. The latter was close to breaking apart, while the former was too tightly compacted. Most of the furnace's heat was used on this green lotus cloud. It was trying to melt a piece of limestone. The green lotus cloud was mostly condensed. Only a small portion melted and spread out, flowing towards the cracks of the furnace and sinking to the bottom, as if it was trying to take root. The furnace is too crudely made. It is filled with cracks. That shows that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture also has another hidden threat, because it has not gone through an actual chaotic disaster. There is huge room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud is heaven form, while the green lotus cloud is my attempt at refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. What about the luck of other venerables? Fang Yuan tried to look, but he could not see anything beyond the furnace luck. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver light pillar, while the other 3 venerables' lucks were like clouds floating around him. Right now, he had become a refinement path venerable, but he could no longer see the venerables' lucks. Fang Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's rank was too low. It was only rank 8. It was already outstanding to be able to see Fang Yuan's own rank 9 luck. Of course, there were still specific details that could not be seen through it. If it had to observe the other 2 lucks and see how they related to Fang Yuan's own luck, the difficulty would be beyond cooking luck pot's capability. But even if I can see the luck relationship, I cannot use it as reliable information. Fang Yuan thought. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan used luck inspection multiple times. Now that he recalled it, the luck phenomena regarding Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were quite accurate. The main reason for what he saw was that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was split into 3 existences, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his normal state, and they were also not luck path cultivators. The golden aurora luck of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was clearly not reliable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived through blood path methods, but this important information was not shown in the luck phenomenon. At the same time, his combat system had a terrifying aftereffect. This was also not exposed. The golden aurora luck that symbolized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was suppressed most of the time. Evidently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used luck path methods to conceal his own luck and mislead Fang Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the former luck path venerable. He was also clear of how cooking luck pot worked. It was not strange that he achieved this. Fang Yuan was currently thinking of using obscured heavenly secret to deceive the 2 venerables. The truth was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already been doing this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, for elements square regret blood refinement pool, gray fire was burning intensely. It was huge like a mountain. Wood path immortal materials were put inside one by one as they melted like candles. At the bottom of the fire, there was a 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed within the profound ice. The Gu immortals present were tense and nervous originally, but more than 10 days had passed since the refinement started. All of them were starting to feel excited and joyful. All of the immortal materials have successfully melted. At this rate of progress, in just 10 or so days, the advancement will succeed. What sort of incredible Gu refinement method is this? On the surface, it looks like the fusion of ice refinement and fire refinement. But in essence, this is the perfect combination of the profundity of the human isolation style and hairy man natural Gu refinement method. There are also many crucial points that are filled with mystery. Even if we participated personally and watched the entire process closely, we cannot understand the deep meaning contained within. Master is truly worthy of being a refinement path venerable. The difference between us is night and day. But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the Gu refinement is going to fail. An intense refinement path intuition filled his mind and body. Fang Yuan bore no doubt towards this intuition. At the first instant, he realized the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but there was a tiny flaw in each step of the process. As these flaws accumulated, they became significant enough to destroy the entire refinement attempt. If he continued, there would be no point. Fang Yuan made a decision to terminate the Gu refinement attempt. What? Why did we stop? Everything was gone smoothly. Fool. Master made a decision. It has to be right. We are too weak. How can we understand him? Immediately follow his orders and do it. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the 10 or so Gu immortals worked chaotically as they gradually stopped the Gu refinement. After a day and night, under the full effort of Fang Yuan and the rest, the first refinement attempt stopped. All of the rank 9 immortal materials that they invested were wasted. The Gu immortals all had mild injuries. Even 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was damaged. But what made Fang Yuan feel the most loss was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. As the main person involved in this refinement, he suffered the most severe injuries. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fang Yuan used his killer move and refined all of the wood path and refinement path Dao marks, while feeling glad internally. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such precise refinement path intuition. Even during the process of refining a rank 9 Immortal Gu, I still hold the initiative. Having the initiative made the situation completely different. Like this time, Fang Yuan sensed that he would fail and immediately stopped. By doing this, he suffered much fewer losses and, most importantly, their injuries were also kept to a minimum due to their precaution. Rank 9 Immortal Gu refinement was not a simple thing. Without intuition, if one failed suddenly, more than half of these Gu immortals would die, while 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would be destroyed completely, or if he was lucky, a small portion might remain. But Fang Yuan would suffer much deeper injuries. It was certain to incapacitate him. But now that he took the initiative to stop, the loss of resources and Gu immortals, and the Immortal Gu house's damage were kept to a minimum. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also intact with no damage taken. Of course, this had to do with the refinement plan that Fang Yuan came up with meticulously. This time, he chose to use Ice Refinement to isolate Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus first. He would only use it in the last few steps. If only I could get some success Dao marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or maybe, if I can raise my wood path attainment level, my ability to process these wood path immortal materials will increase. It will help this situation. Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. Even Fang Yuan had not understood completely what the secret behind infallible blessed land success Dao marks was. He was a refinement path venerable. Theoretically, he was the #1 person in refinement path in the world. His supreme grandmaster attainment level allowed him to grasp every single refinement path method in the world. But infallible blessed land was the racial inheritance of hairy men. Even until today, Heavenly Court had not managed to take control of it. They were very wary against it. Success Dao marks were too helpful for Gu refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, it not only contained refinement path profundity, but also the essence of human path. This could be speculated by reading The Legends of Rinzu. Precisely because of the human path profundity, Fang Yuan could not replicate the success Dao marks now. After a temporary rest, Fang Yuan healed himself while stabilizing heaven form. He also used investigative killer moves to observe the two venerables' actions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went deep into northern plains. They were both focused on refining natural Dao marks. The best situation is to maintain the status quo. For this goal, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more Immortal Gu to them. This was a necessary investment. However, the two venerables are unable to fully refine the natural Dao marks of both regions. I do not have much time left. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. It was a simple thing. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge and contained innumerable Dao marks. Even these two venerables could not refine them all in a short period of time. This was an easily proven fact. He only had to check historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world after reaching rank 9. The two venerables are limited by not just time, but also immortal essence. Once the two of them run out of immortal essence reserves, they will not be able to continue refining natural Dao marks. They will stop then. After all, they need to keep a portion of their immortal essence for combat and potential unexpected occurrences. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This Gu refinement failure was very disadvantageous to him. Because it did not fail early but only occurred past the halfway mark, he had to start all over again. Fang Yuan had too little time. He estimated that there was only one chance left. No, one chance is too few. It has been tested that even as a rank 9 refinement path venerable, my success rate of refining rank 9 Immortal Gu is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to gamble harder. Fang Yuan immediately ordered for He Chunxiu to take action in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture again. Time path killer moves were used in succession. Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow rose again. But Fang Yuan paid a huge price for this. Because he had just used time path killer moves earlier, the effect of the current methods were too little. In order to raise the time flow forcefully, Fang Yuan had to use other time path methods. And the result was that He Chunxiu's time path Dao marks were all used up in the process. It could be said that this time path clone was basically useless now. But in the current situation, with Spring Autumn Cicada being unusable, it was not a huge concern that the time path clone became useless. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again, while racing against time. Chapter 2233, Black Heaven's Heavenly Spirit inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, take my place. I can't hold on anymore. I'll come. Huff. We finally got through another stage. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the assisting Gu immortals were all breathing roughly. After the first failure, Fang Yuan continued to experience 2 more failed attempts. He had no lack of rank 9 wood path immortal materials, but time was pressing. He had no choice but to use more aggressive methods. He changed the procedure of the Gu refinement. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had to be protected, but the steps before that became more simplified. As a result, the expenditure of Immortal Essence became more intense. Each step became more complex and needed the full effort of the assisting Gu immortals. Evidently, they were reaching their limit. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. A few days passed, but the 2 venerables did not move. The situation was getting more troublesome for him. Not only was there little progress in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, heaven form was also becoming harder to protect. The fusion of the immemorial 2 heavens had reached the most intense moment. In the sky above the 5 regions, black and white mixed together while changing rapidly. Day and night alternated at a rapid speed. Mortals and beasts looked up in fear. They felt like the apocalypse was impending. Even the sun's route had changed. Everything that stood in its path, be they the black clouds or the soul beast army, they were all obliterated. The heaven form white crane cried out profusely. Fang Yuan tried using refinement path methods, but could only slow down the accumulation of its injuries. Heaven form was getting more and more damaged. But Fang Yuan had already reached his own limit. He could not modify heaven form anymore. After all, he was currently refining a rank 9 Immortal Gu. The most crucial factor is time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are about to stop as well. Fang Yuan had already given the 3rd Immortal Gu Star Eyes to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He could still stall for a bit of time. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had been wasting time conversing with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, using the suggestion of transacting Immortal Gu to delay the inevitable. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used their own investigative methods to probe Fang Yuan's situation. But because of the outstanding effects of obscured heavenly secret, Fang Yuan managed to conceal the truth. Fang Yuan had already expended a lot of immortal essence. His reserves were hitting rock bottom, meaning his battle strength had also fallen. If the truth was exposed, the 2 venerables would join hands to attack him. Deep in northern plains, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the fusing heavens as starlight flashed across her eyes. It is about time. Now is the most intense moment of the heaven veins fusion. It is also the most important moment. If Fang Yuan gets through this, he may likely get to keep heaven form. But how can we let this happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She moved and vanished on the spot like a stream of starlight. She quickly returned to Crazed Demon Cave. Because she was familiar with the place, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable easily arrived at the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. Upon seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he roared and charged at her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared for this. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks while activating a method to form an opening. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew through this opening as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her, causing them both to arrive in northern plains. What? At almost the same time, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a sensation. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinking of releasing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to slaughter living beings of my northern plains? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. He had considered this possibility earlier, but this was not the style of Heavenly Court. As expected, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not guess wrongly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the 2 heavens. Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable relaxed his mind. He started to observe the show as a spectator. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately questioned her in Treasure Yellow Heaven, speaking furiously. I gave you 3 Immortal Gu earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so. I will tell you this secret that nobody knows. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path. His goal was killing Path. He is a person chosen by fate. He had immense innate luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, what do you think he saw? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke in a delicate tone. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yuan's expression sank as thoughts emerged in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in the right state of mind. He lost his sanity and even went to fix the hole in the world boundary in Crazed Demon Cave. Secondly, star constellation Immortal Venerable was currently trying to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens. She wanted to give Fang Yuan trouble. But what kind of trouble was it? Even though heaven form could only remain in immemorial white heaven, it could still move around despite being on the brink of destruction. Thus, in theory, as long as Fang Yuan avoided battle and brought heaven form around at a quick speed, he only had to get away from star constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, without sanity, would only attack star constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, she was the most threatening person to him. But now, since star constellation Immortal Venerable took such an action, she definitely had ways for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target Fang Yuan instead. With Fang Yuan's current predicament, the most likely answer became obvious. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Star constellation Immortal Venerable explained the truth. It seems that you have guessed it. Indeed, back then, before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he had already obtained food path methods. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, he by chance found Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was eager to create killing path. He sensed the opportunity of that from the heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this Immemorial Black Heavenly Spirit into his stomach and fused it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could find a natural heavenly spirit in Immemorial White Heaven, why was there no such thing in Black Heaven? The reason was that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan, I will keep those 3 Immortal Gu. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine more wisdom path down marks. I will leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with you. After saying this, star constellation Immortal Venerable turned around and left. Seeing that she was leaving, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable showed a hesitant expression. Staring at star constellation Immortal Venerable who left, he turned towards Fang Yuan, as there was something that attracted him even more. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still in the heaven above Northern Plains, but he had already sensed heaven form, which was in Eastern Sea. Evidently, after he devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, although he did not manage to create killing path, he still grasped a lot of profundities that allowed him to create soul path. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer, he could not sense the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But once he arrived in the immemorial 2 heavens, he clearly sensed the heavenly spirit. Black Heaven's and White Heaven's heavenly spirits originate from the immemorial 2 heavens. They are like a blessed land's land spirit and a grotto heaven's heavenly spirit. They hold authority and control over the 2 heavens. Precisely so, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, is able to find many of the grotto heavens in White Heaven. It can even help me invade heavenly court. Now, with the fusion of both heavens, the 2 heavenly spirits of Black and White Heaven are also seemingly fusing together. No matter which side devours the other, they will gain a huge boost in strength and become the new core of the newly fused heaven. All sorts of reasons flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Over at the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable made his decision. He charged towards Fang Yuan's direction, seemingly following his instincts. He had a huge body that was no longer human, but he had genuine rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast, and simply looked like he was teleporting in Black Heaven. Fang Yuan sighed. Seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer, he took heaven form and started to fly away. The sun. The sun was something that existed in immemorial White Heaven. It was the biggest counter to immemorial Black Heaven. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, he would also face such restrictions. Fang Yuan did not move all over the place. Firstly, heaven form was very unstable now. If he moved quickly, it might break apart. Secondly, the sun was a favorable environment for heaven form. And thirdly, if Fang Yuan went elsewhere to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other 2 venerables might sense his weakness and take action. Fang Yuan's main focus was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. He had to stall for more time and complete the refinement. Roar! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase Fang Yuan. Black-colored gas spread out into countless chains that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and used a bit of his attention to destroy the black chains. His speed rose again as he approached the sun. As the distance shortened, the intense heat and light forced Fang Yuan to shut his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have already been incinerated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He spit out a grand soul river while shooting countless soul spears and triggering explosions. He used all sorts of methods to stop Fang Yuan, but midway, the sun's light limited the power of his methods. By the time they reached Fang Yuan, the methods broke apart by themselves. Heaven form was crying more pitifully now. The closer it got to the sun, the more light path and fire path Dao marks there were. Heaven form could not take much more. I can't get any closer, otherwise, heaven form is going to break apart. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He followed after the trail of the sun, maintaining a certain distance. But then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, he started to fight against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine the rank 9 Immortal Gu. Thoughts were being consumed rapidly in his mind. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level. The situation was perilous. This could not go on. If he fought now, his weakness would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret could not hide anything in that case. A ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He knew that those two venerables were currently watching the commotion. Here with their full attention, I can only sacrifice heaven form now. At the next moment, Fang Yuan secretly activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven form immortal material he chose to expend was the core of heaven form. The immemorial, white heavenly spirit. Heaven form cried out as it looked at its master in fear. But in a few breaths of time, it vanished from existence entirely. A vast number of heaven path Dao marks that piled into a dense mountain shrouded Fang Yuan immediately. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became enraged. Fang Yuan had destroyed heaven form in front of him and left nothing behind. At the next moment, Soul Path killer moves erupted. Attacks surged like a huge tidal wave in the sky. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2234, Refinement completed. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow. Fang Yuan pushed with his palm as a rainbow light shot out. Bam! With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by tens of times its original size. The huge heavenly beam swept around and destroyed all of the surrounding soul smoke. After getting a clear path, Fang Yuan raised his speed and successfully broke out of the soul smoke. At once, the intense sun filled Fang Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat wiped out the soul smoke that trailed behind him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted furiously, tearing its thin layer of soul smoke and chasing again. Still following me? Cold light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit, without the burden of heaven form. It was like he had put down a mountain on his back. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. Without this worry anymore, Fang Yuan approached the sun even more closely. The terrifying white light almost blinded his eyes. The temperature rose intensely. Even with 3 defensive methods, Fang Yuan still felt difficulty in breathing. He was covered in perspiration. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was behind him activated killer moves again. Hundreds of arms that were thick as huge trees appeared. Black smoke surged from his body, spreading to the surrounding few li. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got closer to Fang Yuan while covered in thick smoke. He wants to use a battlefield killer move to trap me? Surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he took action to destroy the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable immediately suffered a backlash. His aura weakened greatly. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had not stopped focusing on the matter of refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Frankly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was giving Fang Yuan very little pressure. The lack of sanity was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Like earlier, he followed his instincts and tried to use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan. It was too stupid. Fang Yuan easily broke it and caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth were inside the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incomparable battle strength then. But now, without the Soul Path environment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's threat became much lower. And most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a good condition now. He must have paid a huge price to deal with that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. This means that the hole has likely been fixed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already. Fang Yuan knew that if there was a hole in the world boundary, the Heavenly Tao would use methods to heal itself. But because the chaos outside surged endlessly, self-healing was very difficult. The larger the hole, the more difficult it would be. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a hole that needed several venerables to work together to mend it. But the hole in Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Formation was the smallest. The formation resisted the chaos and kept the hole small, allowing Crazed Demon Cave to exist for so long. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went to fix this hole. He used his own foundation to resist the surging chaos, allowing the Heavenly Tao to have an opportunity to fix it. Thus, there was no surprise in this outcome. If the whole still existed, with Heavenly Court's stance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. The truth was, if the whole was still around, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not come out either. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would focus on the whole as his first priority. It is a pity that ghostly concealment has no effect, otherwise, I can get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan inherited Thieving Heaven True Inheritance's ghostly concealment, but the Venerables knew about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ways to counter it. Ghostly concealment was created in Thieving Heaven's time. After 300,000 years, it is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it too, but he lacked Theft Path and Soul Path attainment levels. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, the battlefield killer move that he prepared for a long time activated. The killer move expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan. It then condensed into a small dot and vanished completely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked the original spot with countless attacks, but there was no effect. He could only move around the area while growling in anger. I cannot waste this chance. Such an opportunity will not come again. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with his full strength. This was his last chance. Within 4 elements, square regret blood refinement pool, flames surged as an icy river melted. Pieces of rank 9 immortal materials were placed into the fire like cheap vegetables. At the core of the fire, there was a droplet of red liquid. It was as dense as molten lava. The red molten liquid was covered in a layer of golden radiance. It slowly dripped onto Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fang Yuan's full control, the red molten liquid slowly permeated and spread around the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. All of the Gu Immortals were silent and did not dare to breathe heavily, because they knew that these last few steps were the most crucial. If he fails, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would be heavily damaged or even destroyed. Fang Yuan went missing. At the moment Fang Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only saw that Fang Yuan went into the battlefield. They did not find out the truth that he was refining Gu. So he used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sane, Fang Yuan would not do something so stupid. But because he was currently unable to think, it was a brilliant decision to do this and avoid him. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the spot where Fang Yuan vanished, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and gave a suggestion to work together. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest to make a move on Fang Yuan. Instead, her new target was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not clear-headed now. He had also left the door of life and death. Even though he had venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest one. Now was the best time to kill him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his sanity, then there would be a new chess player in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. That was something neither of the 3 Venerables wanted to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she also spoke to Fang Yuan. This old woman is brewing a good scheme. Not only did she get Immortal Gu from me, she also refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path down marks. After destroying my heaven form, she wants to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The methods of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals usually came consecutively. They were hard to deal with over time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made even Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. However, it was undeniable that this suggestion was very tempting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in such a state. He had strength, but not sanity. He was the best prey. Normally, I will definitely be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan still agreed to the suggestion. It was too suspicious if he refused. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable might think that he was lacking immortal essence and did not want to take action. It might cause them to pincer attack him. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan hid in the corner, the 2 Venerables would not truly fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They did not want him to reap the benefits as a spectator after all. Currently, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, The sixth drop of red molten liquid had already entered Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan agreed to star Constellation Immortal Venerable while contacting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, I'm afraid star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a deeper scheme in mind. Don't forget that she once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is likely that she will use us to weaken him before attempting to take control again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable responded quickly. Heavenly Court is still very strong, while star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemes are unfathomable. However, we must try to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he regains his sanity, it will be a problem for us all. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also agreed to star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. This was beneficial to him after all. He had abundant immortal essence now. If everyone fought, they would use up immortal essence. His advantage would become even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and star Constellation Immortal Venerable went into the two heavens. They started to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the urging of the two venerables, Fang Yuan had to cancel his battlefield killer move and join in the fight with his main body. It could not be helped. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and star Constellation Immortal Venerable would break his battlefield killer move together and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not think clearly now. He was helpless against a battlefield killer move, but the two venerables were different. Starlight shined while golden light surged. Fang Yuan's totem killer moves also followed after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was encircled and ganged up on. He landed in a pathetic state and lost several hundred arms. He retaliated fiercely with soul rivers and black soul lightning balls that exploded continuously. His main target was still Fang Yuan. If he devoured the white heavenly spirit, his ability to think would return. Is that why he hates me so much? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, but did not dodge. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, he reached the final step. The 99th molten liquid landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and started to spread. Rumble. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. His body was covered in the cries and screams of anguished souls. Multiple layers of defensive killer moves erupted as Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. His soul was shaking intensely. What happened? Did he make a mistake? The two venerables retreated to the side. In the earlier situation, Fang Yuan should have had time to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fang Yuan, of course, but due to conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked him, they would be weakening the Soul Path attack. Using this chance created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack, Fang Yuan stalled for the last bit of time he needed. Boom! 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool erupted with unparalleled light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully elevated at this moment. Its rank 9 aura surged like a tsunami, spreading rapidly and filling the entire aperture. Chapter 2235. Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. And above rank 5, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that he obtained from Langya sect was finally raised to rank 9 at this moment. This rank 9 Immortal Gu still had jade green lotus leaves. Its surface was bright and smooth, like it had a layer of glaze. At the center of the lotus, there was the bud of a lotus flower. The lotus flower had pure white jade-like petals. They were flawless and perfect, seemingly out of this world. Once rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own, absorbing the surrounding primeval energy to convert them into clear dew beads. These pure dew beads gathered as they flowed along the glazed leaves, gathering into the bud at the center droplet by droplet. The white jade flower bud absorbed the dew droplets and started to turn pink at the top. Fang Yuan personally refined this Immortal Gu. He was clear about this. The white jade flower bud would gather more dew droplets and turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the flower petals turned red completely, it would bloom and reveal the jade green lotus pod inside. Within the lotus pod, there would be 81 lotus seeds. Each of them was a yellow apricot immortal essence bead. After the yellow apricot immortal essence beads were extracted, the lotus flower would contract and turn white again. Next, it would absorb the clear dew droplets and restart the process again. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Gu. Ranked 6th on the Immortal Gu list. Information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. All of them proved the immense value of this Immortal Gu. But the truth was, Fang Yuan knew that this 6th placing of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was too much of an underestimate. The reason? Before Fate Gu was destroyed, Venerables were invincible. They ruled their own era as the sole supreme entity. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and became the richest Venerable in history in terms of immortal essence, this advantage was useless in his life. In his era, he was the only Venerable. He had no use for most of his rank 9 immortal essence. Without any opponent, even an expert could only live his life mundanely. But now was different. Fate Gu was destroyed, and the reign of 3 Venerables appeared. Others might even revive later. O Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, in my hands, you will shine brightly like never before. Fang Yuan was joyous. This result made all the earlier risks worth it, even though he paid a terrifying price. Adding in his earlier failures, Fang Yuan used up 30% of his rank 9 wood path immortal materials. The crisis is not over yet. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly to himself. Surrounding him, a black soul river surged endlessly. Break! Fang Yuan shouted and activated his killer move. He barged out like a shooting star. Without the Gu refinement burdening his thoughts, he had a lot of usable strength now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again while Fang Yuan retreated. Fang Yuan, let's cooperate to attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also stared at Fang Yuan intently. He used luck path methods unceasingly to try and see how much immortal essence Fang Yuan still had. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was livid as he said angrily, "Are you two bullying me because of my age? We were all meant to attack together, but I ended up facing the brunt of his attacks. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go off while you watched this by the sidelines? Is this your so-called cooperation?" Saying so, he activated a compound killer move as yellowish-brown light shot out to block Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent before smiling and saying, "Fang Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we cooperated, our Tao marks conflict. Making a move would have had negative effects instead." Saying this, she waved her hand as a large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, breaking several hundred of his arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also took action. Golden light descended like sand and grinded away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fang Yuan relaxed his mind at this moment. He sighed to himself as he thought, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. The situation earlier was simply too perilous. As long as the 2 Venerables sensed something wrong with Fang Yuan, they would attack him without restraint. But at that worst timing, he had too little immortal essence and could not fight them. If they attacked him, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to try and run. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit anymore, this was still a worthwhile trade-off. Even with all of Fang Yuan's methods, it was only because he expended the white heavenly spirit that he could deceive both Venerables at such a close range. But Fang Yuan did not know how long he could continue to deceive them. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Golden Sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still charged at Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore huge hatred towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not fight back with force. He flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. The 3 Venerables fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They had their own positions that were far away from each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved quickly. They got close to her rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly as starlight flew out of her mouth and rained down like a storm. The starlight rain surrounded Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body like a river, while shooting stars of various sizes shot out of the ripples. Instantly, countless flying stars appeared in the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had such a move to summon so many stardust specks in a short period of time. Fang Yuan shook internally. These stardust specks were harmless to him. He only had to wipe them to refine all of these star marks. He had the perfect counter to this combat system. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do that. Because he was not sane, after getting hit by the stardust specks, his body became covered in injuries. He roared angrily, but his injuries accumulated. Good chance. Fang Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed another killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move shined with intense radiance, enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eroding his soul beast body wherever the light went. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" The reason was that although Fang Yuan hurt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with this move, the Refinement Path killer move was also used on the Star Path Tao marks. Fang Yuan got rid of over half the star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated over this time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this and went back to a relaxed state. A small blunder, it is just a mistake. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds went by, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also frowned. He spoke with a tone of anger. Fang Yuan, what are your true intentions? Fang Yuan said innocently. I am trying to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable along with you. But we have conflicting Dao marks and a lack of cooperation normally. This will get better if we continue to fight. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly together. Fang Yuan was doing this on purpose. He was acting like a nuisance, disrupting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Fang Yuan, enough is enough. The immemorial soul beasts you released are all countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After devouring them, he recovered by 30%. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. I did not know that he had such methods. Saying so, he brought out a few more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight specks. She stared at Fang Yuan and said in an icy cold tone, You are still letting more out. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Star Constellation, don't worry. I used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is part of my plan. Just watch. Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering even more rapidly. His mental energy also recovered as well. Before the two venerables questioned him, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Oh, it seems that my plan failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed silent, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to speak. But Fang Yuan suddenly snorted coldly. Give me a minute, I need to prepare a powerful method. Saying so, he flew up to the sky and looked down at the battlefield. The two venerables looked at each other before taking action to obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan's preparation, a huge field of fire clouds appeared above him. From them, flaming meteors descended. They were all around the size of mountains. There was a long trail behind them as they crashed into Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Following his instincts, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared towards the sky. But he saw that these meteors flew past him without landing on him at all. Countless meteors flew across the battlefield, descending rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned colder as her eyes sparked like lightning. Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of pieces flew out of the chessboard and hit the flaming meteors rapidly, destroying them. Fang Yuan was confused. Star Constellation, what are you doing? These flaming meteors are very useful to me. I have a second move to use with them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in Central Continent. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Star Constellation, we are trying to kill a venerable. Are you unwilling to pay a small price like this? If this happened in Eastern Sea, I would not have interfered. With this level of sincerity, you think we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable today? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who do you think has the least sincerity? Fang Yuan's expression also turned cold. Star Constellation, do you think I am such a person? To kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you multiple Immortal Gu and even lost my Heaven Form killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were speechless. It was clearly Fang Yuan's poor planning that got him targeted. He was too weak and unable to protect his rank 9 killer move. But now, from his tone, he wanted to seek compensation from them? How could that be possible? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. The two of us are helping you to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do I need your help? I can easily take care of this. You two can return to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. I will fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains to the best of my abilities, and I will take his life in the end. Just Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Chapter 2236. Secretly unsealing Truthful Floating Ice. Fang Yuan said while unsealing more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved rapidly, grabbing these immemorial soul beasts and devouring them into his stomach. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned dark. Earlier, Fang Yuan emphasized on the words Central Continent, Northern Plains. He was clearly using these regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested that they should kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, regardless of her motive. This suggestion itself was a good one. But because of Fang Yuan's actions, he was clearly disrupting the two venerables and using it as a threat to extort something from them to make up for his losses this time. The two venerables smiled coldly to themselves. They understood why he would do this. If they placed themselves in Fang Yuan's perspective, they would do the same thing. After all, Fang Yuan was a new venerable. He did not have a deep foundation like the other two. He lacked immortal essence as well. These reasons caused him to lag behind the two venerables. If they fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of snatching battle spoils, because Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and would not be able to last longer in combat, it was likely that he could not outdo these two venerables. In fact, after they kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, if he runs out of immortal essence, the two of them would attack him immediately. Fighting in this situation was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. As for the two venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly transmitted. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable spent a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form. He is currently at his weakest. You know that he is a greater threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why don't we? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted. Star Constellation, you can make a move first. I will support you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. Giant Sun, your words lack sincerity. Whoever attacked Fang Yuan first would face his retaliation first. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said that nicely, but if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, would he still help? What was in his best interest was to watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fight it out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan. The truth was, she felt more wary against Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also wanted to see Fang Yuan's death. They all knew that Fang Yuan had the least amount of immortal essence among them. But how low is low? They had to make sure of this quantity first. According to their investigative methods, Fang Yuan still had a portion of his immortal essence reserves. If either of the two venerables wanted to kill Fang Yuan, they would need to pay a terrifying price. And in this situation with three venerables, they simply could not take the risk. The two venerables working together was the best choice for them. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other at all. They were also worried that if they forced Fang Yuan's hand, he might attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals had their own unspoken rules. They would not attack mortals or Gu Masters. This was something very disgraceful, especially for a venerable. Their pride would not allow them to make such actions. But with Fang Yuan's principles and bottom line, he would not hesitate to do so. Both venerables agreed on this point with no uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the most protective of his descendants. How could he allow Fang Yuan to slaughter them openly? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second immortal king of Heavenly Court. How could she watch as Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects get destroyed by Fang Yuan? She would become a great sinner of Heavenly Court. Thus, both venerables did not dare to act excessively. Sigh. Now it seems that we cannot kill Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable this time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. In that case, what's the point of wasting time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to retreat now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was thinking of the same thing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still felt some grudge towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted to her secretly. I have to say, Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal a blow to Fang Yuan, you should have stalled for more time, so that he would waste more immortal essence on Heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens was short and intense. Now is the most unstable moment. It is extremely hard to sustain Heaven form. Fang Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his ability, he should have been able to protect the killer move while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have thought that he would resolutely sacrifice the white heavenly spirit and give up on this rank 9 killer move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed an expression of pity. She did not know the truth. Fang Yuan had done his best at that time. The refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu took too much of his attention. He had no choice but to give up on Heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed as well. Star Constellation, don't you understand? Even though Fang Yuan is a demon, he is extremely cautious. He seems to be taking huge risks at times, but he is extremely vigilant inside. Although many of his actions seemed rash and risky, he had done so because of Spring Autumn Cicada. He was greatly assured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not want to talk with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly anymore. She spoke out loud. In that case, forget about it. We'll meet again, everyone. Saying so, she turned around to leave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan and left just as quickly as her. Fang Yuan purposely moved slightly slower than them. He was stunned before retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable pursued him. Fang Yuan transmitted to the two Venerables. You two left so abruptly. You still want to talk about sincerity? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his sanity. Are you going to let him slaughter the innocent lives in the world? You two are so cruel. You are vicious people. How can you call yourselves Immortal Venerables? After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heard his words, they could not help but think of his mistakes earlier, which helped to heal Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept quiet and did not reply, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled and said, Fang Yuan, we underestimated you in Crazed Demon Cave, which resulted in your success. But now, you have to work harder. There is no need to say such things in the future. How can simple words affect the battle between Venerables? Powerless excuses will only sound like the expression of the weak. Good, good, good. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said these words forcefully before he went silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Even though the two Venerables left, he still chased Fang Yuan relentlessly. After Fang Yuan toyed around with him for some time, he used the same trick to activate a battlefield killer move and conceal himself again. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, he remained at the area and growled angrily, refusing to leave for a long time. Good, while Fang Yuan is trapped, I can use this chance to refine Heavenly Court's wisdom path, Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Heavenly Court and said in satisfaction as she saw this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this contest of three Venerables, Fang Yuan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did he lose the rank 9 killer move Heaven Form and several Immortal Gu, he also expended some Immortal Essence. If he was not crafty enough to help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he will be in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many Northern Plains wisdom path Dao marks. The size surpassed the luck path Dao marks that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined in Central Continent. The reason was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's emphasis was on Fang Yuan's Eastern Sea. Although he refined some Central Continent luck path Dao marks, the total quantity was only half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used luck path investigative methods. With some buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had gotten slightly stronger. He looked at Fang Yuan's luck. It was still the same broken furnace as earlier. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then inspected his own luck and frowned lightly. Even though my luck grew stronger, the external threat has grown significantly. What is going on? Where is this threat coming from? There were too few things that could threaten a Venerable. Fang Yuan? No way. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. The other Venerables? Like the possible revival of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or others. The most likely ones are from Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gained a lot this time, while Heavenly Court's two other Immortal Venerables have yet to revive. It seems that my greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. In comparison, although Fang Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too thin. In the contest of Venerables, one step behind will cause him to lag by many steps later. In the future, if we maintain our advantage, we can just guard against his possible retaliation. Currently, in terms of Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the least threatening. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Dao marks, he could forcefully inspect the luck of the other Venerables. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not do. But in the outside world, without Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used similar methods, he could not reach such an effect. Maybe I can try to attack Heavenly Court? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly had such a thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refines Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks, she would receive a greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This was because not only had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture into it, all of the previous generation Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had also done the same, becoming part of Heavenly Court's foundation. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soon shook his head, rejecting this idea. Firstly, he did not have Heaven Form. The luck path method he used to invade Heavenly Court earlier had been dismantled. He could not get in easily anymore. Secondly, fighting against Heavenly Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable now would expend his immortal essence. It would allow Fang Yuan to catch up. In the contest of three Venerables, neither can make a move easily. We need more situations like today's to truly claim victory. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did not stay in longevity. Heaven for long. He went back to Northern Plains to refine the luck path down marks. Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. I'll show weakness for a while longer to relax the two Venerables' guard. But undoubtedly, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is so useful. This was not the first time Fang Yuan praised this move. Right now, obscured heavenly secrets temporary heaven path Dao marks were extremely dense. They were like a huge fishing net that wrapped around his entire body. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, after the first blooming of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan gained 99 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. A flash of light sparked in Fang Yuan's eyes as yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. Soon, he activated a heaven path method. Using this heaven path killer move, he started to unseal the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2237. Heaven Path Master inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The blue-white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan obtained several pieces of truthful floating ice. Among them, one was quite large. As yellow apricot immortal essence got rapidly expended, his heaven path Dao marks also grew in numbers rapidly. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks had reached 240,000 already. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Dao marks grew by 60,000. 10,000 Dao marks per hour. It was quite a good gain. But this was not his own gain. Fang Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and others were rising. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These venerables all went into the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. They had their respective investments. No, that's not all. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fang Yuan found that his other paths' attainment levels were rising too. But the growth in the other paths was much smaller and almost unobservable. Only after a long time, and with sufficient accumulation, could there be any significant changes. Among all the paths, the attainment level that rose the most was Heaven Path. Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only cultivated it for a short time after all. All of his foundation were obtained from predecessors, for example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Human Executing Heaven's Work, or Limitless Demon Venerable's Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks grew to 1,200,000. His Heaven Path attainment level went all the way from ordinary to master level. Fang Yuan stopped for now. He had expended over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had not bloomed once more during this period, Fang Yuan would not be able to keep up the expenditure. I need to save some immortal essence in case of a venerable battle. Fang Yuan carefully assessed his gains. The Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive growth. Regarding his Heaven Path Gu recipes, killer moves, and the understanding of the Heavenly Tao, he had renewed insight and even deeper comprehension. The most crucial thing was the conflict of Tao marks. His earlier intuition was not wrong. After becoming a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a conflict Tao mark method to completely solve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many different phenomena occurring. The origin was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. They had fused too easily. Once conflict arose, Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be elevated to a new level. It would regain peace. Fang Yuan immediately used wisdom path methods to fully deduce the relevant killer move. Several days passed. Fang Yuan stored the battlefield killer move and left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed for a long time, but eventually gave up. Now he was rampaging in the immemorial two heavens while eating soul beast armies and also fighting against the sun. Fang Yuan had no heaven form killer move left. He could not sense Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was far away. But Fang Yuan got back to Eastern Sea successfully. He landed deep in Eastern Sea and started to refine the natural refinement path, Tao marks of Eastern Sea. At once, profound light surged as rank 9 aura spread like a tornado to the surroundings. The countless life forms nearby fled in fear. Songclan's Gu immortals were the first ones alerted. After seeing this, they understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining the natural refinement path. Tao marks. Songclan's first supreme elder quickly gathered the Gu immortals to discuss the matter. They wanted to meet Fang Yuan and offer him a gift. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in Songclan's territory. However, They were soon informed by Wu Shuai that the members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were not allowed to disturb Great Love, Immortal Venerable now. Song clan's members signed in relief, but they also felt disappointed. While Fang Yuan refined the natural Tao marks, he also continued deducing his Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he gained some results. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied yet. This newly deduced Heaven Path killer move was not much different from Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm. Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm was able to arrange Heaven Path, Tao marks to allow the target to recover to their normal condition. It was the counter to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's deductions allowed Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm to go one step further. When used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it could allow the environment of the Immortal Aperture to change into the environment of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were definitely conflicting. Thus, after converting them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Tao marks would also conflict. If I use this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It will no longer have any strange phenomena. But in that case, I will lose my advantage of non-conflicting Tao marks. The losses will be too severe, and I cannot cultivate all paths again. That was a cost Fang Yuan could not accept. Looking at the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and its abnormal phenomena, the former was naturally more important. Can't the conflict appear and disappear according to my will? Segregating the locations of conflicting Tao marks like the time path zones. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea on how to start realizing this concept. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment level reaches Great Grandmaster or higher, he might be able to achieve this. This time, Fang Yuan did not have any intuition regarding this. He could not be certain. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a human path, rank 9 Immortal Gu. To resolve my current problem, maybe I should target human path instead. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He saw a new direction to move towards. He had found the solution in terms of Heaven Path, but the price to pay was something that Fang Yuan could not accept. Would human path work? Back then, to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sacrificed the 10 extreme physiques. Speaking of human path research results, Fang Yuan thought of his clone who was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Xiang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of the clone who was still lurking inside Divine Emperor City. In the current world, Xiang is definitely one of the top human path experts. If I want to get his human path research results, what sort of price should I pay? Heavenly Court. Oh, Fang Yuan left the 2 heavens and went back to Eastern Sea. He has started refining natural Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon heard of Fang Yuan's actions. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through Refinement Path. In terms of refining Tao marks, it should be his expertise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned with Fang Yuan's speed of refining Tao marks. If Fang Yuan's efficiency was too high, she would join up with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan together. Otherwise, if he surpassed them in this aspect, it would be a huge problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to think about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now, the contest of 3 venerables had reached a new stage. Whichever venerable refined the most natural Tao marks would have the greatest advantage. When refining the Tao marks, I can multitask by modifying killer moves and changing my combat system. This will grant me an advantage in the future fight between the venerables. Star Eyes, Star Thought, Permanence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 Immortal Gu in her Immortal Aperture as her gaze became focused. After obtaining them from Fang Yuan, she had already inspected them 100 times but found no problems. Yet, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still a little suspicious. She was not a Refinement Path Venerable after all. Although she had some achievements in Refinement Path, she could not compare to Fang Yuan at all. This was undeniable. It was like asking Fang Yuan to compare with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in Wisdom Path. They were not on the same level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent 100 years of time to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu in her previous life. Even if I find no issues with them, this does not mean that Fang Yuan did not tamper with them. But this possibility is quite small. I also have to use these Immortal Gu no matter what. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path secondarily. Her combat system revolved around these 2 paths. But currently, her main method, the Stardust Killer move, was countered by Fang Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in their future fight, she would need to modify it greatly. In her modification plan, Star Thought Gu, Star Eyes Gu, and Permanence Gu had a huge role to play. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable request for Fang Yuan to make them? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Now, I need to pay attention to Fang Yuan's refinement progress. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself while checking his own immortal essence reserves. He only had over 500 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. The refinement of natural Tao marks expended a lot of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was relying on his own rank 9 immortal aperture. The production speed was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Be it Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, the revived 2 Venerables were on the same level as Fang Yuan. They had not gone through the first chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture has immense foundation far surpassing me and Star Constellation. Thus, using the same amount of time, he can produce more immortal essence than us. Also, he has a large number of blood path Immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned a little dark. He cultivated luck path mainly with blood path on the side. He naturally needed a lot of blood path Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had refined many of them already. Although they were kept at rank 6, Immortal Gu were unique. This ruined many of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wonderful plans. Earlier, when guarding Heaven form, Fang Yuan negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He used these blood path Immortal Gu as the bargaining chip to haggle with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get 3 Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got none. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was brooding over this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture. As long as the latter's refinement speed is fast, I will contact her. It is unlikely that she will reject my offer to work together. By then, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan again. While expending his immortal essence, I can also extort those blood path Immortal Gu from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made various plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan was in possession of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Thus, he was more wary of Heavenly Court now. But now, there was no opportunity for him to attack Heavenly Court or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's possession of those blood path Immortal Gu also greatly hindered his own blood path cultivation. Chapter 2238. Sunken Fish. Song Yi Sure. With the fusion of both heavens, the surface of the sea became light and dark at alternate times. The sun and moon appeared together. All living beings were sent into chaos. In addition to the reign of 3 venerables, this was an unprecedented situation. As tides ebbed and flowed, winds blew gently as Fang Yuan sat on a cloud. He slowly opened his eyes. He had already spent some time refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. He had some insight now. Currently, he had already refined over half of Song Clan's territory in terms of refinement path Tao marks. The range had spread to Poetic Emotion Sea area in the northwest, and also Ascending Heaven Plain in the southeast. All the refinement path Tao marks in this area belonged to Fang Yuan. Currently, even without shutting his eyes, Fang Yuan could sense many things related to refinement path. He had an extremely clear understanding of the quantity and distribution of refinement path Tao marks in this area. All sorts of refinement path Gu materials deep under the sea, the fish and shrimps that contained refinement path Tao marks. Even the location of aquatic plants and others could be sensed by him. Currently, Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He needed to test them. He willed and stopped the refinement of Tao marks. Instead, he used an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea and went thousands of li deep, seeing a huge fish. This fish was as large as a building with 5 to 6 stories of height. The fish had a sharp front and back, with a thick middle section. It was like a shuttle. The scales were gray-black and did not shine. They had a rough texture that felt like gravel. This was a sunken fish. It contained rule path and refinement path Tao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast. There were also immemorial desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan was looking at an immemorial desolate beast sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special trait. Every few years, it would move its tail and come to the surface to breathe fresh air. That would cause it to be swept by the currents. And because it was heavy, it would continuously sink to the bottom while the currents moved it away. Whenever it moved its tail and exerted force to reach the surface, the scales of the sunken fish would fall off its body in the process. After it breathed enough fresh air, scales would grow on it again, and it would become motionless, floating with the currents while sinking downwards. These scales that fell off its body seemed heavy, but they were light and delicate. Most would float to the surface of the sea. After a long time, these scales would be swept ashore. Gu masters would pick them up and treat them as treasure. The sunken fish scales were crucial Gu materials to refine beauty Gu. They had high value. On this point, they were like the feathers of the falling goose. But to refine beauty Immortal Gu, I will need to use both immortal materials, sunken fish scales, and falling goose feathers. While looking at this sunken fish, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had the same sensation as earlier when he refined Dao marks. If I refined the refinement path Dao marks in the sunken fish's body, what would happen? Fang Yuan had refined the Dao marks of the natural world earlier. It did not include the Dao marks of life forms like the sunken fish. Fang Yuan tried it out immediately. He chose a refinement path killer move and modified it a little to allow him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from a far distance. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish jolted like it was shocked by lightning. It moved its tail quickly and tried to swim far away. It erupted with speed that did not match its huge size. A huge current was formed in the sea because of the force generated. Where are you going? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He activated another method. The sunken fish immediately stopped moving while Fang Yuan forcefully refined all of its refinement path Dao marks. After the refinement, Fang Yuan's sensation of the sunken fish became several times clearer. Fang Yuan let go of the restraint as the sunken fish regained freedom. But its emotions were very negative. There were fear, anger, numbness, sadness, and others. It was as if the fish was undergoing a turmoil and could not continue living its life. What happened? Fang Yuan slowly observed the sunken fish. He saw that it had stopped eating food. The food of the sunken fish was not seaweed or fish, it was underwater sea soil. Every few years, the scales on the fish would turn into ordinary goo materials or fall off on their own. They could not ensure its safety. Thus, it would sink to the bottom and eat a large amount of soil. This sunken fish that Fang Yuan tortured had lost most of its scales. Normally speaking, it should sink to the bottom of the sea and eat soil now. Did it lose the will to live after I brutally did that? Fang Yuan shook his head. He quickly used a wisdom path method. After some deductions, he understood the reason. The sunken fish ate sea soil to fill its stomach, but also to produce more scales. The source that produced its scales were the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Dao marks, it could digest the sea soil and draw nutrients from them, converting them into thick, immortal material scales. But now, all of its refinement path Dao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. It lost this ability. Thus, even though it lacked scales, it did not attempt to eat sea soil. In order to test his findings, Fang Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. Soon, the sunken fish got hungry. This time, it chose to eat the sea soil. But good times did not last. Soil soon accumulated in its stomach, but could not be digested quickly. If Fang Yuan did not dispel the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from stuffing itself with sea soil without being able to digest it. Fang Yuan used just a few methods to completely cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return the Dao marks to it? Fang Yuan started to deduce again. He soon made a refinement path killer move that had an accompanying wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan first used the wisdom path killer move to raise the mood of the sunken fish and started to guide it. Next, he used a refinement path method to teach the sunken fish to refine all of its refinement path Dao marks. Not long after, the sunken fish regained its refinement path Dao marks. Light returned to its eyes as its life became less bleak. The negative emotions also left it. It quickly refined the sea soil in its body and turned them into immortal material fish scales. Fang Yuan nodded. This result was in line with his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path Dao marks of the immemorial sunken fish again. The sunken fish, it fell into a state of intense and complex emotions like numbness, fear, anger, and shock. Fang Yuan used brute force to chase it away to the bottom of the sea, which had fewer refinement path Dao marks that Fang Yuan had already refined. As he expected, his sensation of this immemorial sunken fish became much weaker. But when Fang Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish to a place with more refinement path Dao marks, his connection to the sunken fish became much clearer and stable. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Seawater erupted. The refinement path Dao marks within 1 li were all destroyed by him. In his sensation, this place became somewhat like a black hole. After Fang Yuan placed the immemorial sunken fish into this black hole, he could not sense the sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path sensation is extended through the Dao marks. This is like how a spider uses its webs. Fang Yuan's refinement path sensation was limited to the areas where he had refined Dao marks. These last days, he stayed in the deepest part of Eastern Sea and built his own spider web. If he or his prey left the range of the web, then he would not be able to sense anything. Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied about this discovery. Because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had also refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. As long as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not personally interact with this area of luck path Dao marks, he would not have any luck path sensation. he would not be able to use the Tao marks to do anything. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has immortal killer moves that can allow him to bypass distance and make use of the luck path Tao marks he refined in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan reminded himself. After confirming many guesses, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. He did the same thing again and returned the immemorial sunken fish's Tao marks to it. After that, he stopped torturing the poor fish and let it swim away in fear and panic. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path Tao marks are present all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some areas have more Tao marks while others have fewer. For me, the more abundant the refinement path Tao marks, the better. In that case, after I refine these Tao marks, my refinement path sensation will get stronger. When fighting or refining Gu in such an environment, the amplification will be huge. Huh? What was this situation? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He could sense an intense refinement path fluctuation from far away. Poetic emotion sea area. Fang Yuan immediately used his investigative method and saw through the truth. He quickly found the source of the refinement path fluctuation. It was Song Yishur. Poetic emotion sea area was the territory of Song Yishur. She had built a palace in the underwater volcano. Currently, she was cultivating in her palace. Her clothes were all taken off, exposing her snow-white flesh and slender figure. She was activating a water path killer move. Endless steam was produced. The steam covered her entire body, making her beautiful face even more alluring than normal. Fang Yuan understood at once. So that's it. He immediately deciphered that Song Yishur was practicing her water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea Song clan specialized in water path. They had a signature water path inheritance called Flowing Water. This inheritance had defensive killer moves like non-corroding flowing water, emotionless flowing water, flowering flowing water, and others. They guarded against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path respectively. There were also killer moves like flowing water carriage for movement, thin flowing water that reduced immortal essence expenditure, flowing water wine party that mimicked food path effect, or moving cloud flowing water that helped with killer move activation. Song Yishur is currently using non-corroding flowing water. This is a passive defensive method. The essence is to carve water path defensive killer move on the body. Once a poison path attack lands, it will activate on its own. This is a form of Gu refinement in essence, except that the target is the Gu Immortal's physical body. No wonder I can sense it. Fang Yuan realized and took a close look. He had incredible attainment levels. He was a supreme grandmaster in refinement path and a great grandmaster in water path. After looking for a while, he deciphered all of the profundities of non-corroding flowing water. Fang Yuan gained some interest. It was a great opportunity. He had new ideas to test out. Chapter 2239. Same origin Song Yishur cultivated for 6 hours before stopping her killer move. She let out a breath of air and opened her eyes. She saw that a lump of steam that was vague and illusory flowed from her arms to her legs, finally stopping at her chest. Song Yishur looked at the steam and felt joyful internally. At this rate, I can complete my cultivation of this non-corroding flowing water killer move in half a month. Strange. Why did this cultivation session feel more effective than before? Is it just me? Song Yishur shook her head slightly. She inspected her immortal essence. There was little immortal essence left. She also lacked immortal essence stones now. Sigh. Heavenly Court is the source of immortal essence stones. Once they stopped distributing those, the entire market's immortal essence stones fell greatly in number. I have grandfather's help in secret, but all other Gu immortals should be having a tougher time. Song Yishur sighed to herself. If she had enough immortal essence stones, she would use them to replenish her immortal essence now to continue cultivating the non-corroding, flowing water killer move. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal essence produce immortal essence naturally. After it accumulates to a degree, she could resume her cultivation. After I complete the non-corroding flowing water killer move, I will move on to emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature inheritance. It is renowned in Eastern Sea, being quite exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive killer moves are rare to begin with. Normally speaking, Gu immortals can only cultivate one of them. They cannot stack many passive defensive killer moves. But my clan's flowing water inheritance has a unique concept. It is ingenious. By using the same core, we can stack passive defensive killer moves. Thinking of this, Song Yishur felt a little proud of her background. But soon, such emotions vanished. Sigh, I am still far from success. After completing emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and reach rank 7. With the contest of 3 venerables and the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions' chaotic war may erupt at any time. Song Yishur was originally the prized jewel of her clan. She was doted on by her grandfather and received the support of the clan, having no lack of resources. Her incredible appearance also made her one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. But her carefree life could no longer return. The situation was changing too rapidly. Song Yishe felt no sense of assurance at all. Currently, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces had joined Fang Yuan's side. This was something unimaginable in the past. The external pressure forced Song Yishe, this prized jewel, to have an intense urge to cultivate. Especially when Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Yuan, who was also her grandfather, gave Song Yishe some exciting news. In the letter, Song Yuan nagged endlessly before mentioning the orders of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They were going to pick a number of merfolk Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial court to live in sovereign immortal aperture. Even though Fang Yuan did not specify the ratio of male to female he wanted, the Merman Imperial court purposely chose some female immortals with the most beautiful appearances and elegant demeanors. In addition, Fang Yuan had never been known to have any love interests. He had always faced great external pressure all the way until he became a venerable. Now that he could rival Heavenly Court in longevity heaven, his pressure fell immensely. Along this train of thought, Song Yuan mentioned Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became venerable, he took in all the beauties of the world and created 5 harem palaces. Afterwards, he mentioned the other venerables. All the 10 venerables had partners in their lives, only the number was different. Even the unmarried star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once been in love. It involved a certain variant human Gu immortal. Song Yuan vaguely suggested an idea in order to probe the intention of his beloved granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a wife or concubine, will Song clan offer me to him? Initially, Song Yishe was very angry, but a few days later, she calmed down and thought about it rationally. Grandfather will not force me. He is only raising this possibility and wants to see if I am willing to do so. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable orders this personally, like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and wants to collect beauties, how can I escape? How can Song clan protect me? Song Yishe, who had always been proud as a crane, felt bitter and helpless internally after she realized this. If such a situation occurs, I cannot burden this clan which nurtured and raised me. Grandfather loves me so deeply. He funded me and gave me water clothing Immortal Gu secretly. If not for this Immortal Gu, how could I have modified the killer move and successfully cultivated the flowing water inheritance? How can I repay him? How can I let my unwillingness lead to Song clan's extermination? How can I be this selfish? Song Yishe thought of this and felt a deep sense of guilt internally. Along this thought, she thought of the deeper aspect. If Great Love Immortal Venerable has such intentions, for the sake of the clan, I need to offer myself to him. Why should I wait until then? Why can't I go further and take the initiative instead? If I can succeed, by just sacrificing myself, I will ensure the prosperity of Song clan for countless years. Sigh. I'll stop thinking about this. Fang Yuan did not know that just one order from him led to such distorted thoughts of his subordinates. In fact, Fang Yuan did not know that Song Yishe was having complex emotions now. He was looking at his recent gains. When Song Yishe cultivated, Fang Yuan had secretly used methods through the refinement path Dao marks in Poetic Emotion C area to help her out. Fang Yuan gave it a simple try. The effort was as mild as breathing, but Song Yishe's cultivation gains rose by at least 10%. If I use my full effort, Song Yishe's cultivation efficiency will rise by tens of times. She is undergoing water path cultivation because it is a passive defensive method. It has something to do with refinement path. If this were a genuine Gu refinement attempt, my influence would be even greater. This means that I can use refinement path to help others refine Gu. At the same time, I can also ruin their attempts. Or at least, without my permission, nobody can refine an immortal Gu in my refinement path Dao mark domain. This was terrifying. The power of a venerable was displayed at its fullest. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but he also had a heavy mood. If his refinement path could have such an influence, it meant that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have the same influence in Luck Path and Wisdom Path. If I refine all the refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, while invigilating the world at all times, if any Gu immortal tries to refine Immortal Gu, I will be able to ruin the attempt. In that case, can I make it such that only my faction can refine Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan thought of this problem, but soon, he shook his head. If Gu immortals refine Gu in their own immortal apertures, Fang Yuan could not influence them, because immortal apertures were isolated worlds of their own. But if a Gu immortal refined Gu outside, Fang Yuan would be able to sense and influence it. Putting aside the issue of Song Yishe, Fang Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group deep in the sea. These corals contained abundant refinement path Gu materials. They were a natural refinement path resource point of heaven and earth. They had very high value but had not been discovered by anyone. Fang Yuan pondered and searched meticulously. He used time path killer moves to observe the formation of this coral group. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here, but a sunken fish died here. The refinement path and rule path, down marks of the sunken fish spread out and influenced the surroundings. After a few hundred years, the sunken fish's corpse decomposed entirely, while the environment also stabilized. Initially, all sorts of fish and shrimps came here in groups. Afterwards, middle-sized and large-sized beasts also moved here. The sea currents were turbulent, causing seeds and corals to be swept over. After thousands of years of development and natural selection, due to lucky opportunities and evolution, this resource point was created now. Fang Yuan's focus was on the refinement path, down marks of the coral group. For thousands of years, the refinement path down marks here had been increasing and decreasing, being extremely unstable. Eventually, the group grew to this size. As long as I replicate the development of this refinement path resource point, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was an easier method, which was to directly create a refinement path formation and consume immortal materials to create an environment that was similar to this coral resource point. But this method needed the formation to have some immortal goo. It also expended immortal essence. Meanwhile, creating a refinement path resource point through a naturally developed down mark distribution would not expend immortal essence or require immortal goo. In truth, Fang Yuan had always been using the latter method for his development of the sovereign immortal aperture. By setting up immortal formations everywhere, he instantly created resource points. For example, the earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all formations that he created. These formations not only used immortal goo, there were also formations that used immortal resources as the core. This was a quick method that needed very little time, but the cost was very high. While natural development had low costs, no immortal goo was needed, while immortal materials were slowly accumulated naturally, but the time needed was too long. No matter which method it is, they have the same origin. They are all just killer moves. Immortal formations were killer moves, while naturally derived down mark distribution was also a type of passive killer move. It was just that this killer move was not defensive but was used to develop an environment. Wait. Fang Yuan thought of the killer moves divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment both created thick and dense clothing of down marks on the soul. They were like tightly weaved silk clothing. They did not expend immortal essence and were passive defensive killer moves. Additionally, Spaceless Tunnel was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable as well. It was used in various places of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, shortening travel distance. This killer move from 300,000 years ago was still active now, but with the fusion of 2 heavens, it should have already been mostly destroyed. The essence of these killer moves has no difference from the coral resource point. Fang Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This immortal goo was a consumable goo that could give the goo immortal immense luck to rival the heavens after use, no longer consuming immortal essence anymore. What was the difference in essence between it and the coral resource point? Fang Yuan then thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth that Langya Land's spirit wanted to create with all his effort. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is merely an agglomeration of down marks of a specific path to form a certain special effect. Danghun Mountain produces Guts Gu, while Qian Kuan Crystal Wall can reflect everything that happens in this world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are the extreme form of resource points. They are also the other aspect of goo worms and killer moves. Thus, everything has the same point of origin. Chapter 2240. Refinement Main, Heaven Specialty. Knowledge obtained from theory always feels shallow. One needs practice to understand it completely. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding that all things had the same point of origin was one matter. Putting it into practice was another. Fang Yuan completely comprehended the essence of killer moves like divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but he had done so through refinement path. Because of the limitation of theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment, although it would be a difficult process and the price to pay would be great. During this period where the 3 venerables contested, if Fang Yuan invested a lot of his time and energy into creating a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing and opportunity did not allow Fang Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points of the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a lot of value to him as references. After Fang Yuan simplified them and took out the true core, he would be able to modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to develop the Immortal aperture. Basically, these passive killer moves were very rare among killer moves. They had great value. The most common ones were defensive methods. Song Yishi's pride came from this reason. Duke Long only had one of such a move too. It was called Nine Dragons Protection. As far as Fang Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created no more than 5 of such killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of a killer move starts with the use of multiple Gu worms by a predecessor to gain experience gradually. The Gu cultivation predecessors took reference to the innate abilities of the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to rapidly establish the foundation of killer moves. Until today, the Gu cultivators had already hit the limit of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragon Man race. Lang Yalan Spirit created an artificial secluded domain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beasts. He turned all sorts of soul path killer moves into Dao marks that were carved on his soul beasts to grant them innate abilities. All of these accomplishments showed that Gu cultivators had already rivaled the natural world. They were able to grasp the profundity of heaven and earth. And Limitless Demon Venerable went one step further. He made an arrangement in Crazed Demon Cave, breaking the world boundary to create a hole and even making brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had surpassed the entire Gu cultivator world single-handedly. This was the first time Fang Yuan was refining the refinement path, Dao marks of the outside world. With his Supreme Grandmaster attainment level and manual practice, Fang Yuan gained a lot of insight. To conclude, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a vast number of refinement path Dao marks, but they were not evenly distributed. Some places were dense, while others were sparse. These refinement path Dao marks were very stable and hard to change. Normally speaking, their growth was extremely slow and needed a lot of time to accumulate. These refinement path Dao marks could be seen as the basis of the entire world's refinement path foundation. On this foundation, a large number of beasts, plants, and lifeless Gu materials were produced and nurtured. These beasts and plants were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Normally speaking, in places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the relevant resources would also be more abundant and high quality. In places with sparse refinement path Dao marks, there would be fewer refinement path resources and of lower quality. The refinement path Dao marks and resources had a deep influence on each other. For example, the coral group that Fang Yuan saw earlier was a refinement path resource point. The source was an immemorial sunken fish that died thousands of years ago. Its refinement path Dao marks scattered in the surroundings, and a portion was left behind in that location. The Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined here were the refinement path foundation of the world. Refinement path resources were not included in this. The natural Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined were like a huge spider web. As long as Fang Yuan was in range, he would be able to sense all refinement path activities within the web. This was the so-called refinement path sensation. Fang Yuan had a vague sensation of the refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of Gu cultivators. In places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the sensation would be more intense, stable, and clearer. For example, he would be able to find small-scale, ordinary refinement path Gu materials. Conversely, if the refinement path Dao marks were sparse, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In those regions, Fang Yuan would only be able to sense refinement path immortal materials. If there was a hole in the spider web, or if a Gu immortal refined Gu in their immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would not sense anything. Using the refinement path Dao marks that he refined, Fang Yuan could influence everything in that range. He could interfere with the living beings as well as the natural environment. For example, he could help Song Yishi cultivate, strengthen refinement path resource points like the coral group, or even create a top-tier refinement path passive killer move, like Spaceless Tunnel, that could exist indefinitely. Simply using refinement path Dao marks to amplify his own strength was only the most basic use. From the angle of refinement path, in the entire Gu cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are just a giant immortal material. This immortal material comprises everything. It has Dao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. This is true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and all other venerables. Owning a portion of heaven and earth, this is what a Dao Lord entails. The other venerables are only able to become the Lord of one Dao, but I am different. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. He cultivated all paths. The other venerables could do one main path and one specialty path at best. Their main path would become their venerable path, while their specialty path would be used to fight and compete. In theory, Fang Yuan could cultivate all the paths, and become a venerable of all paths. This was the intention of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he spent all his effort to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan had incomparable potential. The limit of his growth was unimaginable. The other venerables also know this. The only reason why they did not kill me is because I displayed incredible battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that the price to kill me was too great. They could not take the backlash. Fang Yuan did not continue to refine Tao marks. He decided to stop for now. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and gave him nearly 100 Immortal Essence beads again. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods to raise his refinement efficiency by many times, far surpassing the venerables. This was obvious. Refinement path most excelled in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he far surpassed the other two venerables. This was the advantage of refinement path to begin with. However, I cannot display my advantage now. It will overly agitate those venerables. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Once he used his advantage, the two venerables would move. Although they felt that they had some advantage, if they saw that Fang Yuan's Tao mark refinement speed was so fast, they would not sit still, they would have to come and stop him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of getting attacked by them. After all, he had enough immortal essence reserves now. Although the quantity was not high, the two venerables could not kill him in a short time. As they fought, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would gradually accumulate an advantage for Fang Yuan. But there was no point in going this far. Most importantly, it would cause Fang Yuan's secret to be exposed. The existence of obscured heavenly secret, the loss was not worth the gain. Blindly using one's advantage was the biggest trap in life. Fang Yuan knew deeply that assessing the situation was most important. Next, I need to refine Tao marks with a slower speed. My efficiency should be around the same level as the two venerables, but I need to stop multiple times to pretend that I am out of immortal essence. Of course, I cannot be overly weak, otherwise, they will want to work together to get rid of me. Fang Yuan had a good grasp of this situation. He knew what to do. He had abundant life experience after all, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. All sorts of failure, pain, and losses became the valuable foundation that supported him, keeping a low profile while profiting greatly. By the time I expose this secret, I am sure the two venerables will not be able to keep their cool. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck again. His luck still resembled a furnace. Fang Yuan had inspected this many times already. He had some guesses about it. This was caused by his status as a refinement path venerable. His luck's appearance was stabilized and would not change for a period of time. The furnace was still quite crude. It had cracks remaining. But from the vast number of cracks, 2 or 3 of them had mended. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already completed the first earth vein. The second one was on the way. It had also completed the first water vein. These were all helping to stabilize his foundation. And compared to the past, there was a huge change on the surface of the furnace. There was a lotus flower pattern. The lotus flower pattern was clearly referring to rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. It showed how significant this Immortal Gu was to Fang Yuan. The lotus flower pattern went one round around the outer layer of the furnace. It extended to the bottom and turned into several lotus roots. These lotus roots went deep into the bottom of the furnace and burned together with the firewood that represented immortal essence. Compared to the weak fire earlier, the furnace was fully lit now. The flames expanded by several times, showing great growth. There was no lid on the furnace. The scene inside could be seen. The immortal crane cloud that symbolized heaven form and the green lotus cloud that was Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus were both gone now. Instead, there was a piece of blue-white ice, symbolizing the truthful floating ice. The blue-white ice was heated in the furnace, slowly melting and generating a beautiful halo. At the top of the furnace, there was a large amount of reddish-brown sand dust, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand dust condensed into one lump and slowly went into the furnace. It was easily melted and infused into the furnace, fixing the cracks and slowly making the furnace smoother from its crude state. This should be referencing my action of refining natural Tao marks. If I go all out on this, the sand dust will pour down rapidly and block my opening of my furnace. It can even put out the fire at the bottom. Excessive progress is not good. This shows the terrible outcome of facing 2 venerable suppression at the same time. Fang Yuan had used luck inspection many times. He was able to reference the phenomena he saw to actual events that were happening more easily. Even though rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot was too low in rank and did not suit the current Fang Yuan, it still displayed the profundity of Luck Path, reminding Fang Yuan that the most important variables to him now were refining Tao marks and also Heaven Path development. The refinement of Tao marks can progress slowly, but I also need to unseal the truthful floating ice in secret. Right now, Immortal essence is not my burden, it is my advantage instead. I need to use all my immortal essence and convert my resources into foundation and strength. Venerables all had one main and one specialty path. Fang Yuan had planned from long ago to use Refinement path as his main and Heaven path as his specialty. Refinement path was his main cultivation, but Refinement path itself was weak in the fighting aspect. This was a publicly known fact. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed another path to support his battle strength. This path should have few cultivators, for example, painting path. That would allow him to catch enemies off guard and prevent them from having precaution against him. Even though there were many paths in existence, Fang Yuan did not have many choices. Looking at his situation, Heaven path was the best choice. There were almost no Heaven path cultivators. The criteria was too hard to achieve. Heaven path itself was very special and had extraordinary potential. Its might was also unrivaled. Refinement path as main, Heaven path as specialty. This was Fang Yuan's current cultivation plan. The Heaven Refining Demon Venerable title that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave to Fang Yuan was truly appropriate. Chapter 2241. Too Beautiful, we pay respects to Lord Alliance Leader. A group of Moonlight Gu immortals showed a respectful attitude as they bowed before Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan looked around and was a little surprised. He found that all these Moonlight Gu immortals were female. They were either seductive, innocent, or cold. The two strongest ones had rank 7 cultivation level. The other 4 were rank 6. All female immortals, Fang Yuan thought. This was not good. He let these mermen enter the sovereign immortal aperture in order to procreate and develop in numbers. Without male Moonlight Gu immortals and a total of 6 female immortals, they could not grow properly. However, Fang Yuan recalled that in merman society, females had higher status than males. They would elect a saintess, but not a saint. In addition, the merman Imperial court sent these female immortals without any males as a form of reverence towards Fang Yuan as well. You are all members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. After entering the sovereign immortal aperture, we will be one big family. Remember the rules and abide by them. You will be informed of the details later. Saying this, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. We will obey Alliance Leader's teachings. The female immortals quickly responded before entering obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed completely. They found that they were in the vast sky. Below them was cloud soil and a city was far away. It resembled a huge sea snail that radiated with starlight specks. Did you raise your head earlier? No. I've never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I lowered my head the entire time. I mustered my courage and took a peek at him before entering the immortal aperture. Oh goodness, Lord Alliance Leader is simply too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He also takes care of us variant humans, and most strikingly, he is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful and gentle higher-up before. These two rank 6 Moonlight Gu immortals were quite close. They spoke with excitement and expressed their reverence and adoration towards Fang Yuan. As for the other 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and did not speak. Silence. One of the 2 mermaid leaders said unhappily, Is Lord Alliance Leader someone you can talk about so casually? We are inside the sovereign immortal aperture now. The female immortals lowered their heads and stopped speaking, but they communicated with their expressions, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lian Ku Xian, stretched out her hand and grasped Yuzi's hand, consoling her. Lian Ku Xian, Yuzi, and Xianing Si were the 3 leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. This time, when Fang Yuan decided to move some of them into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court refuse? After receiving the orders, the Merman Imperial Court held an emergency meeting for a day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose 2 of their leaders and 4 mermaid immortals with outstanding beauty to offer to Fang Yuan. To do this, they broke up 2 couples, one of which was already close to getting married. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s. Their top battle strengths were the 3 leading First Supreme Elders with rank 7 battle strength. By sending 2 away at the same time, it showed how resolute they were. After that, they omitted the males and only chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get closer to Fang Yuan to curry his favor. This was not strange. Humanity was the undisputed overlord of the world. The Merman Imperial Court had already gotten used to such a subservient lifestyle after many years. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action to protect the Merman Imperial Court. After his death, his influence dwindled, and the Merman Imperial Court started to have alliance marriages with Eastern Sea's righteous path. Forces, they also liked to take in lone immortals of Eastern Sea through marriage. The Merman Imperial Court was used to such treatment. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, they were accepted by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fang Yuan was venerable and took control of Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was unlike other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only choose Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closer to variant humans. Thus, even though the two female immortals bore grudges after getting separated from their partners, for the sake of their people, they still chose to sacrifice their own happiness. But earlier, when they met with Fang Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The mermaid immortals knew about Fang Yuan's appearance, be it Heavenly Court or other forces. They had shown videos of him. The female immortals knew about Fang Yuan's beautiful appearance, but after meeting it, they were still shocked by his peerless features. This was not just external beauty. There was also the fact that he contained abundant Tao marks. Each of his actions had the aura of the great Tao. He emitted extraordinary charm from his entire body. His incomparable capacity and aura subdued everyone that he met. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, despite having many Tao marks, would not be as charming to merfolk. Because mermen were born with water path Tao marks, while Fang Yuan had over 2 million of them. This brought them closer naturally. Yuzi was one of the leaders this time. She was the one who most advocated to contribute everything and use beauty to get closer to Fang Yuan. However, after seeing Fang Yuan, she was deeply shocked. She felt that she was mud when compared to the pure cloud-like Fang Yuan. She felt ashamed of herself. Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi were very close. Along with her personal experiences, she understood why Yuzi was feeling this way. She grabbed Yuzi's hand and secretly transmitted, "No matter how beautiful Lord Fang Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this fact remains, we have hope. Think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Yuzi nodded and slowly regained her calm. At this time, a hairy man Gu Immortal flew over. "I am 12th Hair. I have come to receive you." 12th Hair spoke. Yuzi quickly smiled. After a short conversation with 12th Hair, she cast a glance at Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong was a supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow scales and was gentle and beautiful. Her smile showed dimples that amplified her cuteness. Even though her status was lower than Yuzi, Lian Ku Xian, and Xianing Si, she was only below these three. She was given great authority by the three of them. She spent her time on managing the political affairs. She had outstanding interpersonal skills. After getting Yuzi's approval, Tang Xiong went up and handed 12th Hair a seashell. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He took it with a smile and showed a warmer attitude. "Everyone, please come with me. Your first stop will be Star Collection City. This is the central control area of the sovereign immortal aperture." Star Collection City was not on a huge piece of cloud soil. After flying for some time, they quickly entered it. Under 12th Hair's guide, the Mermaid Gu Immortals went into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. The Gu Immortal in charge of this main hall was a woman who cultivated sound path. Her rank 8 aura spread throughout the hall. She was wearing a pink dress. Her eye sockets were deeper than normal. Her nose had a tall bridge. She also had a pair of seductive and moving eyes. It was Fairy Miaoyin. The mermaids quickly greeted her. Fairy Miaoyin sat at the top seat and looked down at these Gu Immortals. She spoke with a solemn expression. "You have just arrived here. You need to learn about the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture and obey them. Forever. The sovereign immortal aperture does not raise useless people. No matter who you are, you need to work hard to gain anything. The contribution board has a clear list of tasks that you can do. The worst thing you can do is slack off. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will remember Lady Miao Yin's teachings." The mermaids responded. Fairy Miao Yin nodded before casting her gaze at 12th Hair. "Since you took the mission to lead the Mermaid Gu Immortals, you will bring them around and get familiar with Star Collection City's arrangements." Saying this, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand. Dozens of Gu worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took these Gu worms. He said to the female immortals, "Follow me." The mermaid immortals took their leave and followed 12th Hair. They all let out a sigh of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 Gu immortal in Southern Border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, she became a rank 8. She spoke in such a tone, "I'm afraid she knows our intention, so she wants to suppress us." Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi transmitted to each other. On the other hand, Tang Xiong carefully asked 12th Hair about Fairy Miao Yin's status. Was she the Star Collection City Lord? Before coming, the Merman Imperial Court made ample preparation. They had prepared gifts for Fang Yuan's well-known subordinates like Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. But because of the tense atmosphere earlier, Tang Xiong could not offer the gift. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, the Star Collection City Lord was the noble combat beast king, but he died during the tribulation. Now, Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shui, Qi Si, and the other rank 8s are taking turns to station in Star Collection City. After hearing this, The Mermaid Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief again. This fairy Miao-yin was not the Star Collection City Lord. She did not have too much authority. Yuzi's eyes brightened. She knew that the chance to meet Fang Yuan's main body was too rare, but his clones were inside the sovereign immortal aperture. If she could get close to one of them, the goal would be achieved. The Mermaid Immortals followed 12th Hair and arrived at Star Collection City's central square. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words moving around the surface of the pillars. They made up 3 large boards. Before the Mermaid Gu Immortals looked at them closely, 12th Hair already handed out Gu worms. These were the Gu worms that Fairy Miao-yin gave to 12th Hair earlier. Each of the Mermaid Gu Immortals obtained 5 of them. They were rank 5 mortal Gu. 3 of the Gu worms were familiar to the mermaids. They knew that these were used for the contribution board, mission board, and exchange board respectively. Fang Yuan listed 3 boards. They did not just exist in the sovereign immortal aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or Righteous Chi Alliance. There were such arrangements. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals knew them. 12th Hair spoke. You will live in the sovereign immortal aperture from now on. Your lives will be quite different. From now on, unless Master gives orders, you will not go outside. You can take a look at these 3 boards. These are our internal boards. The external boards in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are quite different from them. Right now, be it the Righteous Chi Alliance or Variant Human Alliance, they had all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. These were 2 conflicting forces, but now, they were one force. Everyone felt very complex emotions. But under Fang Yuan's venerable cultivation level, regardless of their willingness, they had to follow him. Chapter 2242, Sovereign's 3 Boards, Star Collection City Square. Yu and Lianku Xin looked at a contribution board at the same time. This contribution board had a lot of reference material. Whoever stood at the top would be the most important subordinates. Fang Yuan's capable generals. They were targets that the Mermaid Immortals had to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could also roughly see the power levels of the factions of Fang Yuan's subordinates and gain more insight. Thereafter, they saw the number 1 name on the contribution board, 6th Hair, a hairy man. This person's contribution points are far above the second person. For the time being, nobody can catch up to him. Even though Yu and Lianku Xin had just arrived, they could see that 6th Hair's foundation and accumulation were immensely deep. Starting from the second place, the difference in points is not huge anymore. Lianku Xin quickly saw some familiar names from the top 10 contributors, like Fairy Miao-yin, Lady White Rabbit, Imotan Sang, Shui Air, Shi Chung, and others. What made Yu and Lianku Xin take notice was that there was a strange name in the top 10 positions. Langya Land Spirit? Is this Langya Blessed Land's Land Spirit? A land spirit can be ranked on the contribution board as well. This shows how magnanimous Lord Fang Yuan is. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. The top 10 members of the contribution board were mostly variant human Gu Immortals. This had deep political meaning. The 2 former rulers of the Merman Imperial Court were very pleased about this. They felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution point soon. He was 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Hound Land Spirit. At the next moment, the 19th place Black Hound Land Spirit took over the position of 12th Hair and knocked him down. 12th Hair noticed this too. He coughed in embarrassment and said with a tone of slight envy, "This Black Hound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, with the fusion of 2 heavens, remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing hounds are escaping in groups. They have been constantly caught by Gu Immortals and brought into our sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, these hound groups are taken care of by the Black Hound Land Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into many white heaven. This is why the Black Hound Land Spirit is getting so many contribution points." Lianku Xin and Yu nodded repeatedly, while thinking to themselves, "Actually, there is no need to explain this. We don't really care about how a land spirit beat you in contribution." They were concerned about Fairy Miao-yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the most important person, Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air. The reason was that Bing Yuan had been bragging in the Variant Human Alliance whenever she could that Shui Air was Fang Yuan's fiancé. This was widely spread news. As their former enemy, the Righteous Chi Alliance had been collecting such information. They also paid huge attention to this. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals learned of this. However, when they were about to ask for the information of these crucial people, a wave of screams could be heard near them. Yu frowned and was about to scold them, but she heard the 4 Mermaid Immortals say together, "Leaders, look at the exchange board." Lianku Xin and Yu could not help but turn their attention away. Immediately, their pupils contracted as they revealed expressions of shock. The exchange board of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was truly different from the one in Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. There were too many good things. Lianku Xin and Yu were getting dizzy from browsing the list. There were all sorts of rewards listed, Gu worms of all paths were available. There were lots of rare and extinct mortal Gu. There were over 1,000 immortal Gu available from rank 6 to 8. There were countless immortal Gu recipes, immortal materials, and immortal killer moves. There were hundreds or thousands of immortal Gu house construction methods, and the immortal inheritances even made Yuzi and Lian Ku Xian stare with wide eyes. This is Waterpath Great Expert Xiang Guan Shui's inheritance. He cultivated Waterpath mainly with Information Path on the side. He has a killer move called One Watery Chapter 1. It is extremely famous in history. This is the inheritance of our merfolk expert, third princess. She was the most powerful mermaid of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal venerable on many occasions. She created the Waterpath rank 8 immortal material. Too much water. It has already gone extinct. To think that we would see it here. Yuzi's and Lian Ku Xian's hearts palpitated as they read on. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He started to do transactions of Gu refinement in Treasure Yellow Heaven. All of the mermaid immortals knew of the prices he set. Although the prices were fair, they were incomparable to this. Using contribution points to exchange for things we want. This is much easier than making transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven or exchanging with the external board. What did I see? We can apply for Lord Fang Yuan to personally help us pass tribulations. He is truly Great Love Immortal Venerable. Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi licked their lips uncontrollably. Their desire towards contribution points rose to an unprecedented level. They cast their heated gazes towards the mission board along with the other 4 female immortals. Evidently, if one wanted to get cultivation resources from the exchange board, they would need contribution points, while the source of contribution points were missions. There were many missions on the mission board. Within Mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles had turned into immemorial desolate beasts for some reason. The mission was to investigate the truth. Dog shit was falling from the sky in many northern plains, piling into mountains and polluting the Frost Dragon's lake. The mission was to investigate the cause of the dog shit and get rid of it. The Dragonscale Sea area in Mini Eastern Sea was flowing in reverse. A lot of seawater had entered the Mini Nine Heavens. The mission was to fix the Immortal Formation and rebuild Dragonscale Sea area. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang got pregnant inexplicably. An expert in abortion was needed now. The mermaid immortals looked at the mission board and fell into temporary silence. The quantity of these missions was out of their expectations. In normal situations, the immortal apertures of Gu immortals were calm and peaceful. They only had to rebuild areas after going through tribulations or when they had new resource points added. They were not like the sovereign immortal aperture, which had strange events occurring at every moment. The mermaid immortals looked for a while. They felt worried but also happy. The worry was that even though the sovereign immortal aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture and was renowned in the world, it was not peaceful at all. There were chaos everywhere. It would not be easy to live in here. But they were happy because the chaos meant an uncountable number of missions. They had no lack of contribution points to earn. 12th Hair had been observing the mermaid immortal's expressions. He sighed. I'll speak the truth. The sovereign immortal aperture is currently in a state of peace. You have not seen the situation when Master annexed the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, when he gained a huge number of Dao marks. Strange phenomena occurred endlessly. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was not a single idle person at that time. Currently, even though there aren't many situations occurring, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, we lost many Gu immortals. Although most of them revived, they cannot ascend to immortal yet. You can see, for yourselves, there are many missions now, but some areas need people to guard them. For example, Star Collection City is too important. We cannot lose it. In addition, with many strange situations occurring, we need at least 1 rank 8 Gu immortal guarding the aperture at all times, because there are too many missions. Master brought all of you into the sovereign immortal aperture to help out. Earlier in the hall, Fairy Miao Yin spoke bluntly, but she was not wrong. If you want to gain the acknowledgement of the existing Gu immortals, you need to work hard and make achievements. Use your actions and contribution points to prove your loyalty to Master. The mermaid immortals heard his words and nodded. Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi looked at each other. They had finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. Tang Xiong quickly expressed gratitude to 12th Hair and handed over a gift again. The other mermaid immortals asked at this time, Lord 12th Hair, you gave us 5 Gu worms each. 3 are used for the boards. What about the last 2? 12th Hair received the gift while smiling and explaining. One of them is used to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, all Gu cultivators need to use this Gu worm to access Treasure Yellow Heaven. The other one is used to monitor you. It has to be kept on you at all times. If it is destroyed, you need to report it immediately. We will hand out a replacement in Star Collection City. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued. No need to think too much about it. Not just all of you. We have it too. It might be Immortal Gu, but it has saved many of our lives already. We face danger when we handle those strange phenomena. It is possible that we will die during the missions. For example, look at this mission on the board. The Mermaid Immortals looked at where 12th Hair pointed and saw the Mo Tan Sang abortion mission. 12th Hair showed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tan Sang, but his status is not low. He is the Gu immortal leader of many Western Desert. He is a male Inkman, but while handling a sudden situation, he got mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a huge price to undergo an abortion. Many people are interested but were unable to do anything about it. If the abortion fails, he might lose his life after all. The Mermaid Immortals opened their mouths. They were dumbstruck. All right, 12th Hair continued. Follow me. I will bring you to a place. In a way, this place is more important than the 3 boards. The Mermaid Immortals immediately gained deep interest. They followed 12th Hair as they left the square and arrived at a sub-hall of Star Collection City. They saw that there were many Gu Immortals at the sub-hall. Many Gu Immortals were holding on to each other. Some were bending their backs as they dragged themselves into the sub-hall while looking extremely enervated. Afterwards, these Gu Immortal walked out of the hall with a revitalized appearance. They looked highly spirited, even though there were still deep eye bags on their faces. These Gu Immortals would nod sincerely when they saw acquaintances. When they went past each other, they would greet each other and talk about their missions or ranking on the contribution board. When these Gu Immortals saw the Mermaid Gu Immortals, they showed expressions of understanding. A few of them took the initiative to greet the mermaids. They were very welcoming. Oh, I've heard that we are bringing in a group of Merman Gu Immortals. Are they the ones? Great. With them joining us, we can finally take a breather. There are more and more missions now. I hope this can reduce our workload. 12th Hair, you are so lucky to have taken the mission of bringing them in. 1. Author is making a joke here. The character's name means adding water, while water is slang for filler in Chinese. Therefore, a watery chapter is a filler chapter. Chapter 2243. Gu Yufang Xiang 12th Hair laughed heartily as he said some pleasantries. Looking back at the Mermaid Immortals, he saw that they were in a daze. Some of the Gu Immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was startled. He quickly said, "If I have done anything wrong." Before he finished, Xiang interrupted him. 12th Hair, don't worry. It is just that we saw everyone being harmonious and tolerant in this sovereign immortal aperture. Each individual is given a chance with equal opportunities. They are close and tightly knit together, regardless of whether they are an Inkman, Rockman, Snowman, or even human. To speak the truth, I have never seen anything like this. I did not even dare to imagine that such a place would exist in this world we live in. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of Lang Ye's sect. Even though Lang Ye blessed land was well hidden, he was aware of the situation in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The variant humans had low statuses. They were suppressed by the humans and were all living difficult lives. Looking at it from the perspective of the Eastern Sea Merman Imperial Court, they had been surrounded by human forces and definitely faced much greater pressure than Lang Ye's sect's hairy men. Even though the site in Star Collection City was simple and normal, it created a huge impact on the Mermaid Immortals. For an instant, all of the Mermaid Immortals had a similar thought. No matter how chaotic or dangerous the sovereign immortal aperture's environment became, they had to continue living here. Maybe this is our true homeland. Yuzi muttered. This is a wonderful place to live in. Xiang sighed deeply. I finally understand the true meaning of great love. Master is truly worthy of being great love, immortal venerable. He is unlike the detestable longevity heaven or heavenly court. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal venerable, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke about Fang Yuan in an extremely reverent tone. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up as he said proudly, even among all the venerables, Master has the biggest heart. It was only natural that Paradise Earth immortal venerable thought highly of him and gave all of his inheritance to Master. Nobody else is qualified to receive this. We can only obtain true happiness by following Master's footsteps. Since you recognize this now, then work hard to defend our home from now on. This is the way to maintain our blissful life. The mermaid immortals nodded their heads. Some were so moved they started crying. After calming down, Tang Xiong asked, I wonder what the profound use of this sub-hall is. 12th Hair gasped. He showed a complex expression. There was pride and admiration in his eyes. One could even see excitement and thrill, but he also had some lingering fear. Even 12th Hair's hair could not conceal his expression. This made the mermaid immortals even more curious. Next, the female immortals heard the explanation. This was once a formation called the Liver Life Formation. But recently, Master modified it into an Immortal Gu house. It has an excellent effect. It is very useful. Saying so, 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. He said to the mermaid immortals with a tone that contained deep meaning, "You will definitely make good use of it in the future." After hearing 12th Hair's in-depth description, the liver-life Immortal Gu house left a deep impression on the mermaid immortals. There was nothing else to introduce in Star Collection City. 12th Hair brought these mermaid immortals out of the mini Nine Heavens. The group came to mini Eastern Sea and looked at the sea area below. Tides were rising, a sea breeze was blowing. 12th Hair explained, "This is the location that Master has chosen for your merman race to live and grow from now on." The Mermaid Gu immortals quickly used their investigative methods to inspect this sea area's environment. The unexpected good news was that this sea area has a vast quantity of ordinary Gu materials, but they were scattered chaotically with no order at all. Furthermore, many of the Gu materials conflicted with each other. They were in the process of breaking down. This situation was caused by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many Dao marks that naturally led to the creation of many Gu materials. Because of non-conflicting Dao marks, strange situations occurred often and the Gu materials were distributed chaotically and ended up in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a version from 3 days ago. I will gift this to you. 12th Hair pointed as an information path Mortal Gu flew out. Version from 3 days ago? Yuzi was very alert. Indeed. 12th Hair nodded and explained, because strange situations are occurring all the time, terrain will also change along with them. And because Master is constantly adding in resource points and annexing blessed lands and grotto heavens, the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens has been changing all the time. It needs to be updated constantly. Yuzi looked into the Gu and shouted in shock. So big. Her shouting attracted the attention of the mermaid immortals. They had rarely seen Yuzi, a leading elder, act in such a manner. 12th Hair said with a trace of pride in his tone. He laughed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was originally over 335,000 square kilometers in size. Now, after Master's annexing of apertures and undergoing tribulations, the size has expanded by 100 times. We are over 33,500,000 square kilometers in size now. When the other female immortals heard this news, they became dumbstruck and went into a daze. 12th Hair smiled again. Don't worry. This place will continue to get bigger. If one day, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens in size, we will not be surprised. I have already marked your territory on this map. My mission has been completed, but if you have any needs, feel free to contact me using this information path Mortal Gu. I am currently living on Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. You and I can be considered neighbors. Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi quickly expressed their gratitude. They took out their own information path Mortal Gu that were used for communication and exchanged them with 12th Hair. After 12th Hair said his goodbyes to the mermaid immortals, he vanished into the sky. After Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi discussed among themselves, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. They sent people to scout and probe the surroundings, including the sky and sea, to collate the resources. On the other hand, the Gu immortals also created a supersized defensive Gu formation. After the 2 tasks were completed, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal aperture's entrances. Groups of mermen went into this sea area along with their families. Under the instructions of the female merman Gu immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses, create underwater villages, towns, and even cities at the center. The mermaid immortals created 6 cities. Each one had a Gu immortal to guard it. The cities were surrounded by towns which had branched out villages. Because they made ample preparation, the merfolk did not lack living resources. Chaos was, of course, unavoidable. They had just arrived here after all. But with the guidance and control of the mermaid immortals, no losses appeared. They worked hard for 9 days and nights. After the merfolk mortals settled down, Yuzi and Lian Ku Xian gathered the immortals for a meeting. There are many ordinary Gu materials, but each one has low quantity. They change a lot as well. In my opinion, we should organize groups of merman Gu masters to collect these Gu materials at set intervals of time. The environment is quite safe here. There are few desolate beasts and almost no ancient. Desolate beasts. There are also no common food like kelp, fish, or shrimp. We need to raise them from scratch. We also need to create a stable ecology. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal material resource point is the 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't target resource points. This is the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All resource points belong to Master. If we want to get resources, we have to complete missions in exchange for them using contribution points. Speaking of missions, these mermaid immortals had been researching hard on the missions. 12th Hair is right. I think that we need to focus on completing missions to prove our worth. That way, the other Gu immortals will acknowledge us. I checked clearly. The The most suitable missions for us are the ones to build water path resource points. Master has grand and magnificent ambitions. He is establishing water veins now. The first water vein has already been completed. He is making the second one now. This is our chance. You are right, but we cannot give up on other missions. Especially the ones that involve other Gu Immortals. I think we should take some of them and use the missions to get acquainted with and befriend the other Gu Immortals. Before coming here, we prepared a lot of gifts. They are still with us now. After the Mermaid Immortals talked about this, the decision was that Uz would stay in this sea area and be in charge of creating the ecology. This would create a stable source of food for the mermen. The 4 female immortals led by Lian Ku Xian went around the place to collect information while also establishing relationships with other factions. Lian Ku Xian spent an entire day to arrive at Yellow Hair Continent. 12th Hair received her information path Mortal Gu's notification already. He went to the sky to welcome her. As the saying goes, better a close neighbor than a distant brother. The two parties were inclined to establish a healthy relationship. Lian Ku Xian brought a gift with her again. These days, while researching the contribution board, she noticed that in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the hairy men were undoubtedly the #1 force. 12th Hair also prepared a present. It was very valuable too. After talking for a while, 12th Hair heard of the Mermaid Immortal's actions and smiled at Lian Ku Xian. You've done the right thing. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, Gu Immortals will visit each other and hold banquets. In the worst case, they will at least prepare tea. But in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, this never happens. How can we have the time to entertain anyone in these useless banquets? It is very wise of you to use these missions to meet with other people. If you follow the customs of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, you will not be well received by everyone. After hearing these words, Lian Ku Xian felt glad internally. She understood the style of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals soon after. 12th Hair said directly, "We both took a mission to nurture Gu Immortal seeds. Let's go. Time is pressing. Let's go to the most important one." Lian Ku Xian went with 12th Hair, and they flew while concealing their traces, entering a forest in the mountain. A hairy man Gu master was getting chased. He was covered in wounds and ran in the forest hurriedly. Sounds could be heard from behind him, slowly creeping closer. Lian Ku Xian inspected and found that this hairy man Gu master was actually a mixed blood of hairy man and human. His name is Gu Yufang Xiang. 12th Hair introduced at this time. Lian Ku Xian's pupils contracted immediately. Her entire body shuddered. 12th Hair quickly raised his hand. Don't let your thoughts run wild. He is not Master's bloodline. He is the son of Gu Yufang Xiang. Master is truly far-sighted. His vision is far beyond our understanding. He has been secretly nurturing this kid, creating opportunities and setbacks for him. He is currently the most qualified Gu Immortal seed among our hairy man Gu masters. Chapter 2244, Sudden Love, Huff, Huff, Huff. Gu Yufang Xiang breathed roughly. He hid behind the roots of an ancient tree. The huge ancient tree had giant roots protruding out of the ground. They were interwoven and created a secluded area. Gu Yufang Xiang managed to temporarily get away from the pursuit. He gained some time to rest and recover. He was still bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose. He hurriedly wiped away the traces on his lips as he started to inspect his own physical condition. Gu Yufang Xiang's expression turned dim. He found more than 10 injuries on his body. He had 3 bone fractures, and the most severe injuries were in his organs. He needed healing urgently. But he was neither worried nor flustered. This was not the first time he had gotten injuries of such severity. Gu Yufang Xiang tore his upper shirt that was extremely tattered. It was easily removed. His chest that was covered in black hair was exposed. There was a deep wound across his chest. Broken white bones could be seen from within. Gu Yufang Xiang gritted his teeth, activating his Gu worm. The healing Gu worm resembled a centipede. It dived into his body through the wound, quickly stopping the internal bleeding. After a while, the centipede was covered in blood and came out of Fang Xiang's body, lying on his chest wound. Its 100 pairs of legs stabbed into the skin of his wound. The intense pain made Gu Yufang Xiang suck in a sharp breath. Next, the centipede slowly exerted force as its 100 pairs of legs dragged the skin and flesh, emitting a soft sound and forcing the wound to mend together. But this handling of the injury only suppressed it. It could not solve the root cause. Gu Yufang Xiang knew that, but there was no time for him to heal himself. I see blood traces. Hurry, hurry. Be careful. That kid is quite dangerous. What's there to fear? Even if he is rank 5 cultivation level, after getting hit by our leader's crippled refinement killer move, most of his Gu worms were destroyed. Precisely because of such thinking, more than 10 experts died at his hands already. This mixed blood Gu Yufang Xiang is truly a monster. All these discussions made Gu Yufang Xiang's expression change. Damn it. They arrived so quickly. I had just handled my wounds. Gu Yufang Xiang clenched his teeth. He inspected the remaining few Gu worms in his aperture. At this point, most of the Gu worms had been destroyed already. The remaining ones were mostly injured. If he tried to activate them, they would be destroyed in the process. These were all Gu worms that Gu Yufang Xiang had accumulated after much effort, but now, he had no choice but to sacrifice them. "Oh, Sleeplurk Gu, I can only depend on you now. You must persevere." Gu Yufang Xiang prayed as he activated the Gu worm to conceal himself. This rank 4 Gu worm had outstanding concealment effects on par with rank 5. Gu Yufang Xiang had used it many times in his life to escape from fierce threats. But this Gu had a weakness. Once activated, the Gu master would fall into deep sleep. The deeper their sleep, the better the concealment effect. Gu Yufang Xiang lost his sensation of the outside world as a result. What he did not know was that after he fell asleep for some time, this sleep-lurk Gu broke apart into pieces. But the pursuers were still chasing him. Seeing this, the lurking 12th hair waved his hand. The Immortal killer move was instantly used on Gu Yufang Xiang. A yellow-hair hairy man Gu master that was chasing him combed the surroundings carefully while checking the tree roots that Gu Yufang Xiang was hiding in. Even though he was right in front of Gu Yufang Xiang, he could not see the latter. Eventually, he concluded that Gu Yufang Xiang had escaped from this mountain, so he went deeper into the mountain to pursue him. After Gu Yufang Xiang woke up, he found that he was safe and let out a sigh of relief. Looking in his aperture, he found that the sleep-lurk Gu had already shattered into pieces. He felt glad and also lingering fear. It seems that sleep-lurk Gu lasted until the crucial moment, so I managed to get away from the pursuers. They have already gone to the next mountain. Now is the time for me to escape. Gu Yufang Xiang was very happy. Because his injuries had already stabilized, he quickly got up and left. He hid in the deep bushes of the forest as he moved, carefully trying not to leave any traces behind as he escaped. After half a day, the sky suddenly turned dim. A strange fog appeared in the mountain's forest. Gu Yufang Xiang arrived in a deep pool on the mountain. He inspected the surroundings and felt very satisfied. He decided to stay here for some time and recuperate. There is a good source of water here. Wild beasts will definitely come here to drink water. Be it water or beast flesh, they are both needed. If I am lucky, I can even hunt and obtain some Gu materials to refine Gu worms. That will refill my stock of Gu worms. Gu Yufang Xiang was very experienced in living alone within the mountains and forests. He was a mixed blood of human and hairy man. In the Black Hair continent that was ruled by hairy men, he was greatly ostracized. Even his birth mother, Steel Thread City Lord, did not like him. In Gu Yufang Xiang's childhood and adolescence, his greatest wish was to use all his effort to gain the acknowledgement of his mother. However, because he was a mixed blood, his aptitude in Gu refinement was far inferior to hairy men. And the worst thing was that hairy men took pride in Gu refinement. But the problem was that Gu Yufang Xiang also had his secret encounters. Because of all sorts of situations, he coincidentally obtained some special cultivation methods. He was hardworking and shocked people with his performance. Gradually, his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, changed her opinion of him. She started to accept him from the depths of her heart. But good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked once, and the entire city's people were nearly wiped out. Steel Thread City Lord did her best and escaped with Gu Yufang Xiang in the end. Before her death, Steel Thread City Lord told Gu Yufang Xiang of his identity. "Oh son, mother has let you down. Didn't you always want to know about your father? His name is Gu Yufang Xiang. He was once a human slave that I owned. But after he escaped, he became a renowned demonic path Gu master expert. You have a human name. It is called Gu Yufang Xiang. Go and find your father. Tell him your name and everything that has happened in your life. We have strong enemies that want to kill us. If you want to take revenge for me, you need to find your father first." Like that, the youngster Gu Yufang Xiang stepped on the journey to find his father. He secretly went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent before moving to Yellow Hair Continent. The journey was filled with lots of difficulties and danger. He faced constant challenges and trouble. Even though Gu Yufang Xiang was no longer in the aperture, the stories of his experiences across the 3 continents were left behind as legendary tales. Gu Yufang Xiang's cultivation level slowly rose as his social experiences became richer. Countless battles and escapes shaped his optimistic and determined nature. He believed that one day, he would definitely find his father. Near the deep pool, Gu Yufang Xiang took a good rest for the night. At the break of dawn, mountain mist became extremely dense. Gu Yufang Xiang showed a suspicious look as he went to the periphery of the deep pool. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The mist in the mountain originated from this pool. Gu Yufang Xiang stayed here for half a day and a full night, but he did not find any traces of beasts that came here to drink water. All sorts of phenomena gave him a familiar sensation. Whenever he had a fortuitous encounter, something like this would occur. Gu Yufang Xiang had a rich adventurous spirit. After probing for some time, he went into the pool. But out of his expectations, the pool was not ice cold. The deeper he went, the warmer it got. Gu Yufang Xiang got all the way to the depths of the pool. The water was as comfortable as hot springs. He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The jade was nearly transparent. From the outside, he could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside the jade. This is a mermaid? Gu Yufang Xiang looked at the beauty's face and his pupils expanded. He felt deeply moved. So beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Such beauty made his heart jump. He felt a sense of adoration emerging from his heart. The mermaid that was sealed in the white jade was Lian Kuxian. She transmitted her voice to Fang Xiang. Interesting mixed blood kid. You are the one who woke me up? Gu Yufang Xiang wanted to scream as he opened his mouth. Because he forgot that this was deep within the pool, water quickly gushed into his mouth. He quickly shut his mouth. He showed a pathetic look. Lian Kuxian laughed out loud. Gu Yufang Xiang felt his entire body going numb from infatuation. He thought, this mysterious mermaid has such a beautiful voice as well. Lian Kuxian explained, I am mermaid Immortal Lian Kuxian. After I calmed a disaster in the world, I got injured by accident and became sealed in this white jade. Young man, it is fate that we met. Please give me a hand to break free from here. Gu Yufang Xiang was extremely shocked, but he did not have a Gu worm that could transmit his voice. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. He tried to use sign language in the water to express his words. Lian Kuxian smiled. Don't worry, this white jade cannot trap me. It is just that I need some time to break free. If you can refine the rank 4 Earth Refinement Gu and refine this white jade from the outside, it will save me a lot of effort. Gu Yufang Xiang nodded in succession. Lian Kuxian then gave him pointers and the Gu recipe of Earth Refinement Gu. She also instructed him to find the suitable Gu materials in the vicinity. Gu Yufang Xiang went out of the pool and immediately got to work. After spending 3 days, he finally refined the rank 4 Earth Refinement Gu on his first try. I was really lucky. Gu Yufang Xiang felt glad internally. According to his regular performance, rank 4 Gu worms were not easy to refine. He was just a mixed blood after all. It seems that even heaven is helping me to save this fairy. Gu Yufang Xiang sighed to himself. 12th Hair, who was hiding himself to the side, shook his head, while unable to contain his laughter. It was with his secret help that Gu Yufang Xiang could succeed in one try. After obtaining Earth Refinement Gu, Gu Yufang Xiang did not rest. He went into the deep pool with a tired body and started to refine the white jade. Lian Kuxian successfully escaped. She smiled at Gu Yufang Xiang and showed a gaze of appreciation. Gu Yufang Xiang's face turned red. He quickly lowered his head. In order to express her gratitude, Lian Kuxian waved her hand and healed all of Gu Yufang Xiang's injuries. Next, she gave him close to 10 mortal Gu as his reward and even 1 inheritance. Lian Kuxian was about to leave. Gu Yufang Xiang asked in panic, Fairy, will I be able to meet you again? Lian Kuxian smiled. Do you know the difference between immortal and mortal? Gu Yufang Xiang shook intensely. His face turned ashen and pale. But Lian Kuxian added, the inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will surely meet me again. Ah! Gu Yufang Xiang cried out, lost for words. He did not expect that this fortuitous encounter would be so valuable. After a moment, he watched in a daze by the pool as Lian Kuxian flew up into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lian Kuxian, Fairy Kuxian. Gu Yufang Xiang muttered, his hand over his heart. Lian Kuxian's appearance was etched into his memories. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had a new goal to achieve in life. That was to become a Gu immortal and meet with Fairy Lian Kuxian again. Chapter 2245, Reprimanding Heavenly Court, how is it? 12th Hair asked with a smile. Within the clouds, he met with mermaid immortal Lian Kuxian secretly. Lian Kuxian replied, he is a Gu immortal seed indeed. There is a high chance of becoming an immortal. 12th Hair shook his head. He obtained an immortal cultivation method and strong motivation from this, but they are not enough. We need to continue raising his foundation. After all, the balancing of 3 chi can only be done by himself. As for the other calamities and tribulations, they were not a problem. The immortals could secretly help him from the side. Then what do you intend? Lian Kuxian showed a look of hesitation. 12th Hair explained, I will give him around 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal Gu. Afterwards, I will arrange for those pursuers to find him and act as his sparring targets. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead. She is only in a comatose state of near death. Only a Gu immortal's method can save her. I will let him understand this and affirm his determination to go through and pass the tribulation. Lian Kuxian heard this and became solemn for a while. She soon praised, Friend, You have broad visions. I cannot compare to you. After we complete this mission, I hope you can decide the distribution of contribution points. Fairy, you are too modest. 12th Hair squinted his eyes and waved his hand. I will report your effort as well. Besides, Star Collection City decides the contribution points. How can I interfere with it? Xiang had originally taken this mission to get closer to 12th Hair. But once she found out about Gu Yufeng Xiang's special identity, she immediately understood that Gu Yufeng Xiang would become very useful in the future. He was an important pawn to Fang Yuan. Thus, this mermaid immortal came up with a plot. She went in and used herself as bait to interact with Gu Yufeng Xiang. In order to perform well, this mermaid immortal was putting in her full effort. 12th Hair was afraid that her performance would affect his own gains. Thus, he explained another plan to Xiang. Xiang was very sharp. She quickly explained that she was not going to fight with him over contribution points. This made 12th Hair feel very satisfied about their cooperation. The atmosphere between the two became harmonious again. After a short conversation, suddenly, far away in the south, a huge pillar of light soared to the sky as an eerie Gu refinement aura spread around the vicinity. Xiang sensed it and her expression changed. Someone has just succeeded in refining rank 7 Immortal Gu. She then turned to look at 12th Hair as she praised. Your race is truly talented. Just this aura alone is making me feel admiration and aspiration. I wonder if a meeting can be arranged for us. 12th Hair showed a difficult expression. He subconsciously suppressed his volume as he shook his head. I can introduce you to any other hairy man Gu immortal, but this person is very special. He is actually Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. He has been affected by Master's method. He is imprisoned for life and cannot stop refining Gu. Xiang was very shocked when she heard this. Inspiration flashed in her mind. She asked involuntarily, "Don't tell me this imprisoned Gu immortal is 6th Hair?" 12th Hair nodded. Very astute. Fairy, you guessed it right on your first try. The valley that 6th Hair lives in is also specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. We call it the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground. Currently, within the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground, 6th Hair was thin as a stick, his cheeks were caved in, and his eye bags were deep. A rank 7 Immortal Gu had just been refined. This Gu worm looked like an ant. The front half was shiny while the lower half was dim. Its front limbs were short and weak, while its back legs were long and powerful. It was the enslavement path, Immortal Gu, Master Servant Gu. I finally refined it. I failed 33 times, got heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still refined it in the end. With this Immortal Gu, I can definitely help Sect Leader Fang Yuan. I need to rely on Sect Leader to save the main body. Wait, am I forgetting something? Never mind, I need to continue refining Gu. The more Immortal Gu I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will get, and the higher the hope of saving the main body. 6th Hair's state of mind was not right. After mumbling for some time, he started to prepare and refine other Immortal Gu. A moment later, within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's will and Feng Yang's will completed a transaction under everyone's watchful gazes. Fang Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point of Central Continent called 9 Central Stone Forest, while Feng Yang obtained Master Servant Gu. They really did a transaction. This is unbelievable. Feng Yang is actually so daring. He is not doing this out of desperation. It is obvious that Immortal Crane Sect has instructed him to do this. Immortal Crane Sect? No. If they publicly transacted with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, even Immortal Crane Sect cannot bear the pressure from everyone. This transaction is definitely approved by Heavenly Court. Otherwise, how can the 10 great ancient sects even dare to do this? Didn't Heavenly Court denounce Fang Yuan as a demon venerable? They will cooperate with him. So what? Rank 7 Immortal Gu are hard to refine. Heavenly Court is extremely rich. They have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. This cost for an Immortal Gu is too worthwhile. Even I would do it. Fang Yuan is truly Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He can refine rank 7 Immortal Gu with such ease. It is simply as easy as drinking water. What do you think his success rate of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu is? It won't be so easy, right? I think he has 50, no, 30% chance of success. What about rank 9 Immortal Gu? You must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable will face great difficulties when trying to refine a rank 9 Gu. Look at historical records. There had been many attempts to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, but how many truly succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took 100 years to refine a wild rank 9 Wisdom Gu. That's right, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair the rank 9 Fate Gu. And in the end, it was all for nothing. And they were just trying to repair a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Refining one from scratch is too hard. Who knows? This Gu Fang Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history. We can only look up to him. We cannot fathom his true abilities. At once, the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They started to talk about Fang Yuan's refinement path abilities. They were curious about the extent of power that a refinement path venerable had. Most of them felt that it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu. After all, many historical records supported this idea. The remaining Gu Immortals felt that they were too weak to see through and understand Fang Yuan's true limits. Soon, the Gu Immortals' topic shifted to Heavenly Court gradually under some people's meticulous arrangement. Heavenly Court approved of Feng Yang's actions while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held an ambiguous attitude towards Fang Yuan. Many of the Immortals looked at this in disdain. They expressed their tone of mockery towards Heavenly Court, but they understood why this was happening. After all, Fang Yuan's business could not be stopped. There were a lot of profits to gain from it as well. From this topic, the Gu Immortals shifted towards the issue of Heavenly Court's stoppage of handing out immortal essence stones. Thus, begrudged discussions and requests to Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones became louder and more common. The mockery, jealousy, and hatred towards Heavenly Court became increasingly aggravated. Heavenly Court had always been the #1 human force in the world. They stood proudly at the top of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing immortal essence stones. It went against their usual behavior of being the leader of the Gu immortal world. The lack of immortal essence stones caused a lot of trouble to the bulk of the Gu Immortals. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, 9 out of 10 transactions were done through bartering. The remaining 1 involved the purchasing of immortal essence stones by various super forces at high prices. Western Desert. Fang Dichang also activated his Gu Worm to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This wave of discontent towards Heavenly Court is very strange. It seems Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the ones manipulating it from the background. Fang Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he sensed the peculiarity. And this was the truth behind the matter. Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not let go of this opportunity. Heavenly Court's reputation fell time and again under such discontented discussions. Fang Dichang's divine sense came to Fang Yuan's will and spoke in a humble and subservient manner. Western Desert's Fang Dichang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader is truly a master of the pen and the sword. Your divine radiance lights up the world. I hope Lord Alliance Leader will live a life of eternal bliss. I hope your lifespan can rival heaven itself. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's will waved his hands impatiently, interrupting Fang Dichang. Cut the crap, transact now. Fang Dichang quickly acknowledged. Thus, another transaction after the one with Feng Yang was successfully completed. Fang Yuan refined a rank 7 Immortal Gu and gave it to Fang Clan. They paid him 1 Earth Vein resource point and several million hairy man slaves. Fang Clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in secret. But after Fang Yuan's great love declaration, he exposed his relationship with Fang Clan and stunned them completely. Yuan Clan gathered the Western Desert's righteous path forces to attack Fang Clan, but failed. It caused Fang Clan to understand their circumstances. They stopped dreaming of a different outcome. Thus, under Fang Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fang Clan declared that they were joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fang Clan can only cooperate with Fang Yuan and use this chance to strengthen ourselves. Fang Dichang sighed internally. This was a dangerous status to have, but at the same time, they gained immense benefits. Immortal Gu were too hard to refine. With this Immortal Gu replenished, my battle strength can rival ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals now. Fang Dichang fell into deep contemplation. He had already gone through the Immortal Ascension. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal now. The balancing of 3 Qi was the hardest hurdle, but Fang Dichang had ample experience. It could not be that he would fail in his second attempt after succeeding the first. The other problem with Immortal Ascension were tribulations. But with the help of Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, most tribulations were of no threat, unless they were Dream Path or Painting Path. What made Fang Dichang feel regret was that his Immortal Ascension did not have any natural inspiration opportunity. When a Gu Master ascended, they would have a prime opportunity for natural inspiration to occur. They would be able to ask the world some questions and gain immense benefits. But this time, Fang Dichang did not get this opportunity. This was not because he was undergoing Immortal Ascension for the second time. Instead, the issue was with Heaven's will itself. With the fusion of 2 heavens, Heaven's will had also gotten into chaos and turbulence. It did not have the ability to grant natural inspiration at this time. After recuperating for a few days, we will attack Yuan Clan. This time, Fang Dichang's eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Chapter 2246. Not much immortal essence left Northern Plains. Golden light floated in the sky like thin threads, gathering and forming a huge golden aurora that permeated into the ground and spread out widely. The commotion was huge, and the aura was vast. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refining Northern Plains' natural luck path down marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the area dimmed. A moment later, this core area of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his eyes slowly. He had a handsome face, and his mouth, nose, eyes and brows were all thick and straight. But currently, his expression was cold and had a faint trace of helplessness. The three Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but failed because of Fang Yuan's disturbance. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path down marks there instead. After a period of time, the results were abundant. Currently, he had already completed a stage of his plans. All the luck path down marks of Northern Plains core area were refined by him. His luck path down marks covered the wisdom path area that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined earlier, allowing him to cancel out some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage in this place. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do nothing against the wisdom path down marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But in the future, if they fought here, although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would get a down mark amplification, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also receive the same bonus. He would not lose his territorial advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed to himself. The refinement of natural down marks expended a lot of rank 9 immortal essence. Initially, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was only refining the luck path down marks of the vicinity around him. It was like he was building a ball-shaped spider web. From an initial it grew into a small ball, and finally a large ball. The larger the ball expanded, the more down marks he would encounter. To refine these luck path down marks, he would expend an increasingly terrifying amount of immortal essence. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had around 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. This forced him to stop here. His immortal essence reserves were reaching a critical level. He had to leave some for emergencies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence. This was his only source of immortal essence production. Longevity Heaven could not produce any. Even though Longevity Heaven did not annex any 9 Heaven's fragments and was not corroded by Heaven's will, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died in his era, it stopped producing immortal essence. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived, the venerable aperture that he had was the current one. It had not passed one chaotic disaster yet. Furthermore, this second aperture had also just started developing. It was not flourishing and did not produce a large amount of immortal essence. That was unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable annexed Longevity Heaven. But if he did that, he would gain a huge number of luck path down marks. It would destroy his plan of cultivating blood path. I need to raise blood path to a certain level first before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This development will be costly, but I must endure it. Blood path will be of utmost importance when I face the other venerables in the future. Thankfully, even though I am low on immortal essence, the other two are in an even worse state. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled to himself. All along, he had been thinking that immortal essence was his advantage. Even though he could not refine more luck path down marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slack off. He waited for his immortal essence to replenish while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor was actually Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path and left behind countless blood path inheritances after he died. Most were mortal level and contained mortal killer moves and mortal Gu. But he had 9 true inheritances of Gu immortal level. That was the peak of blood path when he died. These 9 were Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Mincy's Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, Blood Deity Gu, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. It was a pity that Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by Heavenly Cord in his life. Even after his death, many inheritances were ruined by them. Thankfully, Blood Sea left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances also displayed their worth. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders Gu Immortal Xiang Yanfei. In his younger days, he found Blood Handprint Immortal Gu in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. He later obtained Blood Shadow Gu's true inheritance. Northern Plains Mincy's Blood Immortal Gu was obtained by Dong Fangchong Fan. Western Desert's Blood Chi Immortal Gu true inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As for the true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, it was obtained by Shadow Sex Song. Zixing Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal Gu true inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects, They destroyed over half of it, and the incomplete blood deity, Immortal Gu recipe, ended up in the hands of Myriad Dragon Doc. As for the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changing terrain, a volcano erupted and destroyed Blood Skull, Immortal Gu's true inheritance. Blood Sweat Gu was taken mysteriously and had never been shown in public. It was possible that the person who took it met with an accident. Blood Battle Gu's true inheritance was by chance destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable revived, he took all of the Blood Path research results that the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes had, as well as Longevity Heaven's research gains. Next, he instructed Earth Extremity Gan Ni to refine Immortal Gu. The result was that they obtained several Blood Path Immortal Gu. Among them, there was Blood Battle Immortal Gu. As for the other 7 Immortal Gu, other than Blood Deity, the rest had been tested. It was confirmed that all of them were already existing in the world. Without an alternative, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to temporarily turn Imitation Gu into Blood Relation Gu and barely created a Blood Path formation that helped him to revive during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the primordial domain regarding Blood Path. My current Blood Path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grandmaster. But there were too few Blood Path Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave to become a Supreme Grandmaster in Luck Path. Afterwards, he focused on Blood Path. He obtained a lot of the primordial domain, but did not have time to digest them earlier. Now, he had already used up all of the primordial domain regarding Blood Path. In terms of attainment level, he was the #1 person in the world regarding Blood Path, but currently, he was in an awkward state of lacking relevant Immortal Gu. He needed a large quantity of crucial Blood Path Immortal Gu. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted the most were Blood Asset, Blood Skull, Bloodline, Blood Relation, and others. But in fact, these Immortal Gu were already owned. Gan and I had been refining all sorts of Blood Path Immortal Gu for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Blood Rope Immortal Gu was one of the products. But these Immortal Gu were too low ranked. They did not suit Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These Blood Path Immortal Gu needed to be rank 8 at least. This job was too difficult for Gan and I to complete. Gan and I cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path Gu Immortal. Even if she was, the success rate of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu was just too low. If Longhair Ancestor were still around, it would be much simpler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to miss Longhair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine all those Luck Immortal Gu. He managed to create 88 true Yang building. Fang Yuan took the initiative to refine so many Blood Path Immortal Gu. Regardless of this situation, or whether I need to advance my other Blood Path Immortal Gu, I will need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable found that he could not avoid Fang Yuan. Recently, Feng Yang publicly transacted with Fang Yuan. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable that Heavenly Court had an ambiguous attitude towards him. Since Heavenly Court was attempting this, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not follow, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan would leave him in the dust. I'll let Heavenly Lord Baizu handle this, and buy Blood Path Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan. Humph, isn't he quite close to Fang Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a decision. Next, he started to deduce more Blood Path Immortal Gu recipes and killer moves. Blood Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was his greatest assurance. Of course, there was another aspect. He was using his methods to look for the Blood Path research results of the various super forces, and also the Blood Path inheritances left behind by other geniuses. After all, deducing Immortal Gu recipes and killer moves took time and effort. If he could use established inheritances as reference, he would save a lot of time and energy. Heavenly Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. It was not that she was unwilling to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Their immortal essence reserves were reaching critical levels. They had no choice but to stop. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In her previous life, her venerable aperture was contributed to Heavenly Court, and because Heavenly Court had devoured many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was corroded by Heaven's will, and her own Wisdom Path Dao marks were turned back into natural Dao marks. Thus, she could not retrieve her previous venerable aperture like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to raise her own Dao marks to a colossal scale. But she had her own advantage. Heavenly Court contained a huge number of Wisdom Path Dao marks, far beyond what she had in her previous life. Because Heavenly Court had existed for 3 million years, during which countless rank 8 Gu immortals had appeared, their immortal apertures were also fused into Heavenly Court. If she fully refined all the Wisdom Path Dao marks in Heavenly Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable would receive amplification that was far beyond Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, star constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She wanted to use Star Eyes Immortal Gu and others to modify her own combat system. Similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she had absorbed a lot of the primordial domain. Her star path became Supreme Grandmaster again, and together with her wisdom path cultivation, she was much more adept than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in modifying killer moves. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. But when deducing killer moves, for the case of star constellation Immortal Venerable, the immortal essence expenditure was of an acceptable level. Relying on her current venerable aperture, the production of immortal essence was greater than the amount she expended. But the most important thing is to refine all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. If she completed that, star constellation Immortal Venerable would be able to use a killer move to conceal Heavenly Court's information. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks to forcefully inspect it. Things were difficult to do openly, but easy to do secretly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable knew this clearly. After I block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigative method, I will break the truthful floating ice and retrieve derivation Gu. It will be helpful in our human path development. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should have an advantage. In terms of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. If I can use it well, I can surpass the 2 venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated internally. In the contest of 3 venerables, although they were not physically fighting, their contest had taken a different form. Refining Dao marks, immortal essence reserves, rank 9 Immortal Gu. All these various aspects were crucial points that the venerables competed in. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning in the end. Chapter 2247. Fang Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal Gu Eastern Sea. This is about enough. I should stop now. Fang Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture had 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence stored. But Fang Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao marks because of issues with his immortal essence reserves. The truth was, he refined Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks openly, while secretly unsealing the truthful floating ice in his aperture. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence beads were used to unseal the truthful floating ice. Only a small portion were used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Because of his action, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed in their territories. They did not come to attack Fang Yuan. Oh, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stopped refining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with luster. This information could not be hidden, because the 3 venerables paid a lot of attention to each other. Fang Yuan soon caught wind of this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should not have much immortal essence left. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is holed up inside Heavenly Court, her situation should be similar. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With the 2 of them having low immortal essence, the chance of them attacking Fang Yuan was very low. Their threat towards him also fell by many times. Thankfully, I took a risk earlier and refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Otherwise, I'd be in a tough predicament now. In the contest of 3 venerables, if one side lagged behind, they would not be able to catch up easily. After all, the 3 venerables were all elites of elites. Currently, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the others. But truthfully, I have a lot more advantage than the 2 venerables. Fang Yuan evaluated. Firstly, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was simply too incredible and useful. Next, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had time path methods in effect. The rate of time was faster than the 2 venerables. In contrast, because of conflicting Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any time path methods that could be effective on their immortal apertures. And finally, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had far deeper foundation than the 2 venerables who had just started developing theirs. The yellow apricot immortal essence he produced exceeded theirs. With all 3 elements, Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence production far surpassed the 2 venerables. Currently, while Fang Yuan refined the natural Dao marks, he showed signs of weakness. He constantly had to stop and wait. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the 2 venerables did not know that Fang Yuan possessed rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because they knew about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's details, they knew the trait of non-conflicting Dao marks. They did not think that Fang Yuan would take a risk to accelerate the time flow. As for the Immortal Aperture Origin Core's production of immortal essence, The two venerables knew that the sovereign immortal aperture had just undergone a chaos tribulation and also got hit by giant sun immortal venerable's fortune and disaster coexists killer move. Thus, they underestimated the sovereign immortal aperture's current foundation. Especially during this period of time, Fang Yuan refined Gu and treasure Yellow Heaven and was willing to pay Immortal Gu to purchase all sorts of resource points and establish earth vein and water veins. He did not conceal anything. In the eyes of the two venerables, such an action of urgently developing his immortal aperture meant that the sovereign immortal aperture had suffered immense losses in crazed demon cave. Fang Yuan guessed the two venerables' thoughts. In their eyes, I need to work on raising my immortal essence production. While refining rank 9 Immortal Gu is too dangerous, accelerating time flow will also cause tribulations to occur more quickly and expose my weakness. Thus, I can only build more resource points to raise my immortal aperture origin core so that I can produce more yellow apricot immortal essence. But if I make a small blunder, the two venerables will immediately be suspicious of me, especially Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As the #1 person in wisdom path throughout history, it will be extremely difficult to deceive her. Fang Yuan was currently treading on thin ice. He knew that maintaining the status quo was the best form of victory. He could not afford to make any small mistakes. If a single small mistake appears, the two venerables would analyze it carefully before quickly taking attempts to probe the truth. If the truth was exposed, what would happen? Fang Yuan would definitely be attacked by both venerables together. Fang Yuan did not know how long he could hide this. After all, he was facing the two of the greatest geniuses throughout human history. It was possible that he would be exposed at the next moment. If such a situation happened, Fang Yuan would not be surprised. No longer distracted by refining the refinement path down marks, Fang Yuan started to unseal the truthful floating ice with his full strength. Intuition told him that a huge gain was about to appear. And sure enough, several days later, his heaven path attainment level rose to quasi-grandmaster. Even though it did not reach grandmaster, Fang Yuan had a deep foundation. He developed a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my effort now, I can definitely create a heaven path killer move that can allow me to take the primordial domain. Fang Yuan's portion of the primordial domain had always been kept in treasure Yellow Heaven. Goods in treasure Yellow Heaven could not be used on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan could not sell his own clone and absorb the primordial domain there. There was no chance of this happening. Fang Yuan had to retrieve the portion of the primordial domain and absorb them to raise his attainment levels. Unsealing the truthful floating ice mainly increases heaven path down marks, followed by heaven path attainment level, and finally, the attainment level of other paths. This last effect is barely evident. It is only an additional effect of the truthful floating ice and is extremely insignificant. Only by using the primordial domain can I raise the attainment levels of all my paths to a huge degree. But, right now, is there a need to do it? After careful consideration, Fang Yuan shook his head. Deducing the heaven path killer move was not hard for Fang Yuan. His worry were the two venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, he would have exposed his heaven path method. The two venerables would first be alerted. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, with so many portions of the primordial domain. If he digested them, his attainment levels would rise and cause him to become much more threatening. Afterwards, the two venerables would be suspicious. Why would Fang Yuan possess such a heaven path method? He did not use it in the past. Now that he had the heaven path method, it meant that his heaven path cultivation had improved greatly. That would make them think of the truthful floating ice. After all, Fang Yuan obtained the most pieces of truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Fang Yuan improved in heaven path because he unsealed the truthful floating ice, then where did he get the immortal essence beads needed to do so? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for 1,000,000 years to maintain the crazed demon formation. She even assimilated with the Tao and created the killer move human executing heaven's work. She definitely knew that unsealing the truthful floating ice required immortal essence. Once she found out, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and the two would work together and attack Fang Yuan to suppress him. Like what Fang Yuan considered earlier, a small mistake would cause the two venerables to attack him immediately. It was too likely. I can secretly deduce the heaven path killer move, but the collection of the primordial domain will need to wait. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Fang Yuan, it was not the key now. Because it would cause both venerables to attack and cause Fang Yuan to lose his current advantage, the loss was not worth the gain. No, the heaven path killer move can wait. After all, once I gain this method, my luck will rise sharply. Also, I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. It has already increased the burden on obscured heavenly secret. Its expenditure is rising rapidly. What I need to do is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal Gu. This thought had been lingering in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal Gu he should refine, Fang Yuan already had an answer. That was Immortal Gu, Advanced Refinement. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dogshit Luck, Attitude, or Dream Token, but Advanced Refinement Gu. Once Advanced Refinement Gu becomes rank 9, it would be extremely useful for Fang Yuan to advance the rest of his rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, when Fang Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu, the difficulty would be halved at least. Fang Yuan had two advantages when refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu. The first advantage was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement Gu already. This Gu came from Langya sect. It was originally the core of the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. It was currently the core of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Secondly, Advanced Refinement Gu was a refinement path Immortal Gu. Even though some rule path immortal materials were needed in the process, it was much purer than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement path immortal materials were the bulk of its components. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He could perfectly process refinement path immortal materials. This meant that the success rate would be much higher as well. Right when Fang Yuan was secretly thinking of refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu. Western Desert. At the core area of Wind Falcon Desert. Bam! With a loud sound, a vast amount of sand flew into the sky. An Immortal Gu house charged out from underground. It was Fang Clan's rank 7 Immortal Gu house, Chicken Dog Co-op. This Chicken Dog Coop Immortal Gu house looked like two buildings side by side. The left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had chicken written on it. The right building was red and had the word dog on its plaque. As its entrance opened, chicken and dog, ancient desolate beasts, flew out. There were 10s of them. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. The empty desert suddenly had an oasis that appeared out of nowhere. This oasis had countless pine trees that were tall and sharp. Each one was at least 300 feet tall, and they were widely spaced apart. The trees spread their branches and leaves out. The leaves gathered into balls with an extremely flat surface that resembled a grassland. On top of the pine leaf grassland, there were huge nests. Within the nests, there were long-distanced wind falcons. There were all sorts of wind falcons ranging from ordinary beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. This tall pine oasis is incredible, as expected of one clan's resource point that is ranked 2nd in Western Desert. Fang Dichang critiqued from within Chicken Dog Co-op. This was Wan Clan's territory. The rank 7 Gu immortal expert of Wan Clan that guarded this place was Wan Xiao. He did not show up. Instead, he controlled the immortal formation and defended against the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts. He scolded angrily. Fang Clan, what are you trying to do? As a Western Desert Righteous Path Superforce, you are actually attacking another Righteous Path Superforce without reason. Within Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang smiled coldly and replied. Earlier, Wan Clan gathered the Western Desert Superforces to attack my Fang Clan together. We will settle the score now. Do you really think my Fang Clan is a weak target to bully? Chapter 2248. Winding Light Platform at the center of the formation. Wan Zhao's expression was solemn. He felt a huge rock pressing down on his mind. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. He was completely unguarded. The truth was, it was not that Wan Clan had not made preparations. Even since they failed in rallying Western Desert Righteous Path Superforces, Wan Clan had prepared for Fang Clan's retaliation. They sent more manpower to their large peripheral resource points, while also strengthening the defensive formations there. They even paid a huge price to request Xiao Clan to set up a transportation formation in order to send reinforcements in time. But who could have thought that the moment Fang Clan made a move, they actually bypassed the peripheral resource points and directly invaded deep into Wan Clan's territory, attacking Wan Clan's second largest resource point. Fang Clan planned a long time for this, but how in the world did they come here? Wan Xiao was puzzled. Wan Clan was already aware of Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses, Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could accomplish this. Oh no. Right at this time, Wan Xiao shockingly sensed that the formation was shaking and the ground was quaking, as if an earth trench was about to form. A large number of pine trees of the tall pine oasis fell. This defensive formation's base is buried thousands of feet deep under the ground. Fang Clan actually found it so precisely, they are destroying it. Wan Xiao quickly inspected and saw an Immortal Gu house wreaking havoc underground, destroying the formation's base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base. It was like the foundation of a building, but much more important. Formation bases were incredibly important to the immortal formations. They were the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would become extremely unstable, like a building with ruined foundation. With just a slight disturbance in the base, the formation would reveal a huge flaw and even be destroyed. Therefore, when Gu Immortals set up immortal formations, they would hide the formation base. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the air, and some were kept in the center of the formation. This defensive formation in Tall Pine Oasis had existed for a long time, and because of the environmental restrictions, the Gu Immortals who set the formation back then felt that only by burying the formation base deep underground could the formation take care of all aspects. It could defend and also nurture resources. But the formation base has been discovered and is being attacked. Fang clan is too insidious. They actually had an Earth Path Immortal Gu house as well. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. What made him feel an even greater chill was that Fang clan's methods were powerful and well-prepared. Whose plan was it? Isn't Fang Dichang trapped inside Divine Emperor City? Could it be that youngster Fang Yin? What should I do? Wan Xiao was sweating all over. He had confidence earlier as Tall Pine Oasis defensive formation was very strong. He had confidence to rely on the formation to hold on until Wan clan's reinforcements arrived. Fang clan had Immortal Gu houses. Wan clan naturally had them as well. When Wan clan's Immortal Gu houses arrived and coordinated with the defensive formation, it would not be difficult to force back Fang clan. Once Fang clan were forced back, it would be Wan clan's victory. Because Fang clan's action already crossed the limits of the Western Desert Righteous Path, such a defeat would definitely lower their reputation. Wan clan could take the chance to counterattack, rallying the other forces with a righteous reason. At that time, the reaction of Western Desert super forces would be different from before. But can I hold on until then? Wan Xiao was solemn. Wan clan headquarters. What? Fang clan attacked our Tall Pine Oasis. After receiving Wan Xiao's letter, the expression of Wan clan's first supreme elder changed sharply. Wan Xiao had given a detailed description in the letter. The situation was serious and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was Wan clan's second largest resource point. It was a renowned super resource point in Western Desert, and even in the whole 5 regions, it could not be taken. Once it was destroyed or taken over, the losses would be enormous. Fang clan is really vicious. It is now a critical moment for my Wan clan. Wan clan's first supreme elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he possessed an intuitive view of the big picture. He was deeply aware. Once Tall Pine Oasis fell into the enemy's hands, not only would they lose all the resources inside, Wan clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge impact. Previously, Wan clan's rally did not succeed. Now, if the resource point were to be destroyed by Fang clan, in the eyes of everyone, Wan clan would become the weakest force in Western Desert's righteous path. They would be an object of ridicule and the representation of the weakest target. Once this thought emerged, Wan clan would head down the road of decline. Because in the current situation, with the chaotic war imminent, people's hearts were uneasy. If the chaotic war erupted, everyone would feel that Wan clan could be taken advantage of. This was a frightening situation for Wan clan. Hence, when Wan clan's first supreme elder received Wan Zhao's request for reinforcements, he immediately acted. He personally moved with Winding Light platform. Only a rank 6 Gu Immortal and a rank 7 Immortal Gu house were left to guard the headquarters. On his way, Wan clan's first supreme elder messaged all the Wan clan Gu Immortals. The Wan clan Immortals were shocked and furious. The peripheral territories are peaceful and have no disturbance. After receiving the replies, the brows of Wan clan's first supreme elder furrowed tightly. After some rapid thinking, he clenched his teeth and sent a command. Shortly after, Wan Hao Guang received this command. Zhui Qing, defend this place. If Fang clan attacks, you must retreat immediately. I need to hurry to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce Wan Xiao. Wan Hao Guang immediately moved out. The relationship between him and Wan Zhao's relationship. Back then, 3 Wan clan immortals fought Fang Yuan, and Wan Xiao risked his life to save Wan Hao Guang. Now, Wan Hao Guang could similarly go to such an extent. But Wan Zhui Qing grabbed Wan Hao Guang's hand. Lord, it is too dangerous for you to go right now. We don't have clear information on what Fang clan's real arrangements are. If their plan of besieging the enemy stronghold is meant to strike at the reinforcements, wouldn't you be jumping right into a trap? I have a suggestion. Currently, Fang clan has entered deep into our Wan clan's territory. If we just defend, we will only receive a beating and fall into Fang clan's scheme. We may as well launch an attack and invade Fang clan's resource points. We should use offense against offense. Wan Hao Guang's eyes shone as he sized up Wan Zhui Qing and patted his shoulder. Good lad. You have improved. But, do you think First Supreme Elder did not think of this? Wan Hao Guang shook his head. First Supreme Elder asked experts like us to go and reinforce them because he does not have the confidence to force back Fang clan's forces. Fang clan's First Supreme Elder Fang Gong is a rank 8 expert. While we have not seen him since the start of the battle, he may very likely be inside Chicken Dog Co-op. According to your plan, even if we invade Fang Clan's resource points, once we lose Tall Pine Oasis, our Yuan clan will still suffer a huge loss. All those peripheral resource points of Fang Clan combined cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. Wan Zhuiqing turned pale as he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Even if they were not clear of Fang Clan's true arrangements, Wan Haoguang had to go reinforce them, even if he had to risk his life, simply because they could not afford to lose Tall Pine Oasis. Boom. The formation base was destroyed, a huge flaw formed in the Immortal formation from which Chicken Dog Coop charged in. Wan Xiao was furious, but could only maintain the damaged formation while clenching his teeth. With their home being invaded, Wind Falcons were provoked. They screeched as they attacked Chicken Dog Coop, going against the chickens and dogs sent by Fang Clan. A fierce fight between the beasts erupted as blood splashed everywhere. Chickens cawed, dogs barked, and falcons screeched. They formed a medley that resounded in the battlefield. An immemorial Wind Falcon clawed open the roof of Chicken Dog Co-op. The Fang Clan Gu immortals inside were already prepared. They repaired it in orderly and calm fashion. Fang Dichong laughed loudly. What an impressive immemorial desolate beast. Get in here. At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop let out a beam of light. The beam enveloped the immemorial Wind Falcon and dragged it inside. The immemorial Wind Falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body kept on shrinking and its resistance grew weaker and weaker, until it was finally absorbed by Chicken Dog Co-op. What? This Immortal Gu house can suppress the immemorial Wind Falcon. Wan Zhao's heart shook. Chicken Dog Coop was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house that could only enslave chickens and dogs, but who could have expected that it gained a new ability now? Enough is enough. Fang Clan, you will pay for this one day. I, Wan Xiao, swear upon it. Wan Xiao roared in his head as he stared at the Wind Falcons that were being suppressed by Chicken Dog Co-op. Fortunately, this situation did not continue for long. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder appeared in the horizon with Wan Clan's Immortal Gu house. Wan Xiao immediately relaxed. Winding Light Platform. Fang Dichong muttered as he saw this. This Winding Light Platform was a rank 7 light path Immortal Gu house. It was grayish-white with 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall platform, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was standing straight, his face furious as he fixed his gaze on Chicken Dog Co-op. Both sides were still a few kilometers apart when Winding Light Platform suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. The beams actually bent in the air. They nimbly attacked Chicken Dog Coop from different directions. Under Fang Dichang's control, Chicken Dog Coop activated defensive killer moves and blocked all 4 beams. In this short while, Winding Light Platform had arrived before Chicken Dog Co-op. Boom. With a loud explosive sound, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder actually made Winding Light Platform collide with Chicken Dog Co-op. The two Immortal Gu houses collided before being mutually repelled. A large number of Mortal Gu broke into pieces and scattered in the air. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, you have such a fiery temper. Fang Dichang's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder and Wan Zhao's expressions changed. Fang Dichang? Weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, inside Divine Emperor City. Fang Dichang's eyelids twitched as his voice turned heavy. That is not the important point. Wan Clan, I am representing Fang Clan to teach you a lesson. Don't think that any random force can find trouble with my Fang Clan. You speak with no shame. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Immediately after, Winding Light Platform activated its killer move again. Tens of beams of light swept the battlefield. Chicken Dog Coop was forced back time and again. Its ancient desolate beasts suffered serious casualties. Even the Earth Path Immortal Gu house that was deep underground also got struck by the light. It was almost destroyed. Fang Clan moved underground and invaded deep into our territory. It is very likely because of the ability of this Earth Path Immortal Gu house. But this Immortal Gu house seems fragile, or at least, its defensive aspect is not good enough. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately cheered up. Chapter 2249. Huge Commotion. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder traveled in Winding Light Platform and arrived just in time. After fighting one round with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered the weakness of Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu house. When he discovered this, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to activate Winding Light Platform to shoot out beams of light at the underground Earth Path Immortal Gu house. The Earth Path Immortal Gu house quickly drilled deeper, evading with extreme nimbleness. Although its defense was nothing to boast about, its speed was astonishing. It dodged all the beams. Some beams brushed past it, making for an extremely dangerous situation. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. Let me show you my Wan Clan Immortal Gu house's ability. Saying so, he activated Winding Light Platform's signature method. Immediately, those straight pure white beams of light underground started to bend and change their direction, attacking the Earth Path Immortal Gu house again. A large number of beams formed a web that shrouded the Earth Path Immortal Gu house from all sides. The Earth Path Immortal Gu house could only struggle fiercely, and after 10 or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground. I was waiting for you. The eyes of Yuan clan's first supreme elder shone sharply. I shall destroy this Immortal Gu house as the payment for invading my Yuan clan. Stop dreaming. Fang Dichang called out as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to collide with Winding Light Platform. Yuan clan's first supreme elder gave a shout. Winding Light Platform shot out beams once again. The beams of light coiled around Winding Light Platform, connecting with each other as they formed a powerful defensive ring. Chicken Dog Coop collided onto the surface, but its strength was redirected by the winding beams, causing it to brush past Winding Light Platform. Immediately after, Winding Light Platform shot a ray of yellow light. The yellow light covered Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu house, holding it down on the spot. Yuan clan's first supreme elder poured in his immortal essence in a frenzy. The yellow light started to coil like a fried dough twist one. Under the constriction of the yellow beam of light, Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu house started cracking. A large number of mortal Gu were crushed to pieces. This move was Winding Light Platform's strongest method. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu house would be completely destroyed. Even the Gu immortals inside could not escape alive. Wan Jue Qing flew rapidly in the sky. His expression was extremely cold, but his heart was like a bright, burning flame. This was the fire of vengeance. Wan Jueqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal. He had fought Fang Yuan with Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao, resulting in his death in the battle. Back then, Fang Yuan hid in Fang clan, so in Wan Jueqing's heart, it was the same as Fang clan killing his father. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. Since the moment he learned of father's death, Wan Jueqing's life experienced a complete change. Previously, he was a second-generation immortal. With his father's support, he could be arrogant and complacent. After the fall of his father who sheltered him from the cruelty of the outside world, Wan Jueqing matured quickly amidst the grief and fear. He realized that his comfortable life was the result of many people giving face to his father. He realized how fortunate he had been, and also realized his only hope now was to work hard. So, when Yuan clan's rally did not bear fruit, and they deployed immortals to defend their peripheral territories, although Wan Jueqing was only at rank 6, he disregarded the risk and requested to be sent to a peripheral territory to defend the resource point. He knew that he had to display his value to the clan. If the value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters, so he could only rely on the clan. And the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Jueqing remembered how blessed he had lived when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fang clan deepened. Wan Haoguang made me guard the resource point. But what can I, a mere rank 6 Gu immortal, do? Even with the support of the immortal formation? Wan Haoguang is the main reliance to stall the enemies until reinforcements arrive. If Fang clan's true motive is to attack the peripheral resource points, I will definitely not be able to defend mine. Since that is the case, I may as well risk it and attack Fang clan's resource points. I will do what Wan Haoguang cannot do. Wan Jueqing decided to risk it. If he stayed to defend the resource point, and Fang clan attacked strongly, he would at most be able to hold on for a while before he would need to retreat through the teleportation formation. Returning to the clan with such a result of losing the clan's resource point would be a small stain on his records at the very least. But if he attacked Fang clan's resource point and made some gains, it would no doubt be a huge merit. Especially under the situation when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked and the casualties were high. In this situation, as long as Wan Jueqing succeeded, it would be like helping Yuan clan restore their prestige. At such a time, one merit or contribution will be counted as 10. The clan will also look at me differently. With the clan's rewards and increased support, I can progress rapidly. Otherwise, with my current growth speed, it will take forever before I can exact revenge for my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his Gu worms were not left behind for Wan Jueqing. It was not easy for Wan Jueqing to cultivate, and he could only fight for opportunities by himself. I am here, the most peripheral resource point of Fang clan. Wan Jueqing slowed down. He restrained his aura and approached quietly. Fang clan, regarding the hatred of killing my father, I am going to take a bit of revenge now. However, after a while, Wan Jueqing was stupefied. He was standing dazedly on the spot, facing the desolate desert. Wasn't this the location of Flying Sand Tunnel? Wait a second, there are clear signs of relocation. Fang clan moved this resource point away. Wan Jueqing was puzzled. Was it necessary to do that? Just to prevent an improbable counterattack of Wan clan, they relocated the resource point? The loss in doing that was not small. When resource points were relocated, their productivity would fall, because the resource point was already in sync with the surrounding environment. Relocating a resource point was like moving trees. The roots would leave the land and lose the nutrients. Even if they were transplanted to a better land, they would need to adapt for some time. But how many areas were truly suitable for the resource point? Even if it was an area with denser earth path Dao marks, the difference in the arrangement of the Dao marks could result in the destruction of the resource point. Super forces rarely relocated their resource points. As far as enemies were concerned, relocating a resource point was like the frontline fortress being removed. It reduced the obstructions, and they could easily invade deeper. No, something is wrong. Super forces don't easily relocate their resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been madly developing his sovereign immortal aperture. The Gu refinement price list and treasure yellow heaven mostly asks for earth path resource points too. Fang clan could have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan using these resource points as the payment. Then, how many Immortal Gu did they exchange for? A shocking thought flashed by Wan Jueqing's mind, turning his face pale as paper. Fang clan has secretly traded with Fang Yuan. Their strength has increased greatly. Our information on Fang clan is way off. Oh no, Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. When he realized this, Wan Jueqing immediately sent a message to Wan clan's first Supreme Elder through Treasure Yellow Heaven. But at this time, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform and making the final attacks on Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu House. How could he spare any time to look at Wan Jueqing's message? Break! Wan clan's first Supreme Elder shouted. Wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged like a tide. It was Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, however, did not even take a glance at Fang Gong. His sight was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal Gu House. He wanted to destroy this Immortal Gu House to make Fang clan suffer a heavy loss. As for his safety, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was confident in the protection of Winding Light Platform. However, all this was within Fang clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong activated a killer move and slammed down with his palms. Ripples spread around Winding Light Platform as it blocked Fang Gong's attack. Bam bam bam. Fang Gong slammed down without stopping. Palm shadows flew in the air as attacks rained down on Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light Platform possessed Rank 8 battle strength, blocking all of Fang Gong's attacks. But the expression of Wan clan's first Supreme Elder changed abruptly. He made a horrifying discovery. Every attack of Fang Gong's possessed a strange power. Although it could not destroy Winding Light Platform's defensive methods, the power infiltrated the inside and caused severe damage to Winding Light Platform's Gu worms. Almost in an instant, Winding Light Platform was damaged to a great extent. The yellow beams of light that had been restricting Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu House lost their source of power and dispersed completely. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder almost spat blood from anger after seeing this. Fang clan, you have gone too far. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder immediately controlled Winding Light Platform to retreat. He realized Fang clan was targeting him. More accurately, they were targeting Wan clan's Immortal Gu House. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light Platform was Fang clan's true objective. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder used all his strength to retreat. But since Fang clan saw their real objective, why would they let it go so easily? Under a normal situation, other Gu Immortals might not be able to block an Immortal Gu House's charge and could only evade. But Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong held down Winding Light Platform, while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. After enduring for a while, Winding Light Platform crumbled apart loudly. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's mind was filled with anger as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light Platform is the price for going against us. Fang Gong punched lightly towards Wan clan's first Supreme Elder while maintaining his momentum. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation. He simply could not catch Fang Gong's attention. But at the next moment, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly stiffened. His killer move's activation failed, causing him to get hit by an intense backlash. He was also struck by Fang Gong's punch. He immediately turned into meat pulp, losing his life. Everyone was stumped, including Fang Gong and Fang Dichang. First Supreme Elder. Wan Xiao cried mournfully. He rode a winged falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His movement shook the Fang clan's immortals as they regained their senses. What should we do now? Fang Gong transmitted his voice to Fang Dichang with an awkward expression. Fang Dichang's expression was dark. How could you kill Wan clan's first Supreme Elder? This was different from their plan. Fang Clan's true target was Yuan Clan's Immortal Gu house. Yuan Clan had 2 Immortal Gu houses. Both were rank 7 and could fight rank 8. They were the foundation which Yuan Clan relied on to be a super force. Their significance was far higher than that of Tall Pine Oasis. Getting rid of Winding Light Platform would be the greatest victory for Fang Clan. Fang Clan's prestige would rise sharply. No super force would dare to rashly unite against them again. On the contrary, Yuan Clan would lose one of their rank 7 Immortal Gu houses. From then on, they could only hole up in their territory, unable to cause any more trouble. But it was different now. Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder was dead. This was a huge issue. Yuan Clan would definitely retaliate with all their strength. They could use this reason to gather Western Desert's Righteous Path forces and form a punitive expedition against Fang Clan. Because Fang Clan had gone way beyond the limits. Not only did they battle without prior notice, they even killed the other clan's first Supreme Elder. It was like a neighbor suddenly crashing into someone's home and killing its owner. This action of Fang Clan was completely a demonic path action. Righteous Path forces would be frightened, afraid that they would be the next Yuan Clan. Thereupon, Western Desert super forces would definitely unite. I already held back in that punch, but Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder was in an agitated state. He seemed to have triggered his killer move's backlash, and by some freak coincidence, lost his life. Fang Gong said with a sigh. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. Even the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals felt a heavy mood, because all of them knew this matter was huge now. Only one person was different. Tang Fang Ming was hiding deep underground, excited and fearful. Amazing. This Dream Path killer move is truly amazing. Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder lost his life because of this, but Fang Clan is completely unaware. I have accomplished Lord Fang Yuan's mission. 1. A type of food. Google for image. Chapter 2250. Fang Yuan's scheme. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Dichang's mind like tall towers before quickly collapsing. The rising and collapsing of the thoughts for thousands of times caused Fang Dichang to sweat profusely and his face to flush red. Evidently, his wisdom path deductions reached his limits. This is bad, extremely bad. Fang Dichang mumbled with an ugly expression. All the results of the deductions let him see the miserable future of Fang Clan. Previously, Yuan Clan's rallying failed. Thus, Fang Clan avoided a calamity. In truth, this was mainly because of the uncertain relationship of Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on that the 5 regional walls were gone, and with the fusion of the 2 heavens, Gu Immortals were worried for their own safety and maintained caution. However, Fang Dichang was very clear of the true nature of great love, Immortal Venerable. If Fang Clan were to be besieged by Western Desert's super forces, Fang Yuan would never stand up for them. Fang Yuan only prioritized real benefits. Unless Fang Clan paid a high price that moved Fang Yuan's heart, he would never help Fang Clan. Like this time, Fang Clan first had the intention of attacking Yuan Clan before they secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang Clan paid a lot of resource points to advance the rank of the core Immortal Gu of Roof Tile Breaker killer move in exchange for many Immortal Gu to construct that Earth Path Immortal Gu house. If Fang Yuan did not help, Fang Clan and Fang Yuan's true relationship would be exposed. Then Fang Clan would face destruction. Could Fang Clan pay the price for Fang Yuan's help? Fang Dichang had no confidence in this. What made him more worried was that even if Fang Clan could pay a high price to request for Fang Yuan's assistance, what if the other super forces tried to imitate them? Could Fang Clan match their price? No matter what Fang Clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth as he thought. Fang Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Dichang could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This first Supreme Elder is really the shame of Yuan Clan. He actually fought so carelessly. Maybe we can revive him. Fang Gong suggested with a frown. Fang Dichang shook his head. He had already thought of this, but they could not do it. Not to mention that Fang Clan did not have a method to revive Gu Immortals. They might need to request help from others to revive Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder. Even if they succeeded in reviving Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder, would this grudge be gone? It was similar to how Fang Dichang was killed by Fang Yuan and his soul captured, but was released later on. Was the hatred between him and Fang Yuan gone? How could that be possible? This grudge deepened. On the contrary, it could be said that the enmity between Fang Clan and Yuan Clan was already impossible to resolve. Yuan Clan was definitely going to retaliate with their full strength. Under this situation, were Fang Clan to revive Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder, it would be like reviving their enemy, who would give them more trouble in the future. It was too stupid. Naturally, Gu Immortals had endless methods. There were many ways to resolve the hatred. For instance, the publicly known Spring Autumn Cicada. As long as the rebirth succeeded, everything could start anew. There were also wisdom path methods to change the feelings of Yuan Clan's immortals. But these methods would need to be of an extremely high rank to be effective on all the Yuan clan immortals, and Fang clan did not have them. Humph! Fang Dichong sighed. Sharp light flashed past his eyes as he said heavily, "We can only continue to go forward now. We will go attack Yuan clan's headquarters and deal a huge blow to them." Fang Gong narrowed his eyes, while the other Fang clan Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This matter had already become big. Fang clan would no doubt face huge trouble. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. They might as well disregard the consequences and weaken Yuan clan as much as possible. All right, Fang Gong made the decision. Fang clan immediately collected Chicken Dog Coop and got inside the Earth Path Immortal Gu house, moving towards Yuan clan's headquarters through the underground. However, when they reached Yuan clan's headquarters, there was no one there. Yuan clan's Gu immortals had evacuated long ago, their remaining Immortal Gu house myriad age building, as well as all the resources in the headquarters and treasuries were also completely gone. Fang clan's immortals were livid. This was the worst situation for Fang clan. After a while of silence, Fang Dichong suggested, "First Supreme Elder, at this point, I can only ask you to move with Chicken Dog Coop and clean out Yuan clan's resource points. I will lead the others to go back to our headquarters and prepare for war." Fang Gong nodded. "I guess we have no choice." Fang Dichang's expression was extremely solemn. For Fang clan to get past this trial, we must rely on Fang Yuan. The more resource points you can loot, the more Immortal Gu we can exchange from Fang Yuan and have greater hope. I understand. Fang Gong chose 2 people to go with him inside Chicken Dog Coop. They disappeared in the horizon. Fang Dichong led the remaining Fang clan immortals back to Fang clan's headquarters in the Earth Path Immortal Gu house. A storm was coming. Everyone in Fang clan was tense. They were like tigers who sensed threats to their lives. Hair stood on ends, and their eyes opened wide, as they prepared to oppose the retaliation of a group of savage beasts. Eastern Sea. A sea breeze was blowing, and birds were chirping. Fang Yuan was calmly undergoing a Gu refinement attempt. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement of Rank 9 Advanced Refinement had reached the mid-late stage. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest impression, even though this was the refinement of a Rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fang Yuan was not under the external pressure brought by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. Another crucial point was Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal Gu, but Advanced Refinement Gu was a Refinement Path Immortal Gu. The latter came under Fang Yuan's specialty. It was much easier for him to process Refinement Path Immortal materials than to handle Wood Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan was even dealing with other matters while refining the Rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang clan's message arrived quickly, and it contained a list. The contents of the list were over 10 resource points. It did not lack large resource points, and there was even a super resource point. Over these days, Fang Gong displayed the strength of a Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Fang Dichong managed the overall situation and even dispatched Inquiry Doc. Fang clan combed through Yuan clan's territories, occupying many of the resource points. Looks like Fang clan gained a lot. Sure enough, every person has potential. How can it appear if they are not pressured? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After Fang clan entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they made secret transactions. By seeing the several Immortal Gu that Fang clan exchanged for, Fang Yuan could deduce Fang clan's plan. It was also reasonable for Fang clan to retaliate against Yuan clan for self-preservation. Since Tang clan's name was intentionally concealed by Fang Yuan, it was rather special for Fang Yuan to only be connected to Fang clan among all the Western Desert super forces. Previously, Yuan clan gathered Western Desert's Righteous Path forces to attack Fang clan. This had already deeply provoked Fang clan. Yuan clan's rally failed. Fang clan let out a breath of relief before deciding to take the chance to attack Yuan clan. This was a sensible move of using offense as defense. Fang Yuan immediately developed a plan when he noticed this. He manipulated the scene from behind, helping Fang clan with the Immortal Gu and raising their strength, while also sending a command to Tang clan, imparting a Dream Path Killer move to Tang Fang Ming, and also lending a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Currently, Fang clan had already stepped into Fang Yuan's trap, becoming the source of disturbance in Western Desert. For self-preservation, they must cooperate with Fang Yuan even more deeply, seizing resource points for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Tang clan schemed against Fang clan. This was the same as Fang Yuan gaining a huge hold over them. Fang Yuan's influence over Tang clan deepened much more. In the letter, Fang clan asked for a lot of Immortal Gu, and also requested Fang Yuan to personally go to Western Desert and display the invincibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable, if necessary. For this, Fang clan agreed to pay everything. They want me to make a move? Fang Yuan sneered. How could it be possible? In the current situation of the contest of three venerables, Fang Yuan had to make the most of every moment. It was impossible for him to make a move for Fang Clan. He was using Fang Clan, using them as a chess piece. A chess piece was a chess piece. It should be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the value of the chess piece was extremely high and could not be replaced, Fang Yuan would not go defend it personally. Who among Fang Yuan's subordinates could not be replaced? No one. Fang Yuan could even abandon his own clones without hesitation when necessary. Why would he make a move for Fang Clan? Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just started refining Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks when an important message arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fang Clan invaded Yuan Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with starlights. There is something fishy about Fang Clan being so radical. Did Fang Yuan secretly fuel the situation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this detail. After all, the whole 5 regions knew about Fang Clan openly joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Clan's strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan clearly supported them from behind. Yuan Clan was caught unprepared, and Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. Looks like Fang Yuan is intentionally causing unrest in Western Desert. Fang Clan is actually willing to be ordered like this by Fang Yuan, making a move that puts the clan's survival in risk. It seems Fang Yuan's influence over Fang Clan is much deeper than I thought. This is not good. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She quickly sensed Fang Yuan's true motive. Fang Yuan does not care about Fang Clan. Even though he needs the resource points to develop the sovereign immortal aperture, his main target is to set an example of Fang Clan to influence the Gu immortal world of the whole 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was extremely easy for him to refine Immortal Gu. With his investment, any superforce's strength would soar rapidly. It was the so-called, with a sharp weapon in hand, killing intent rises. Fang Yuan's simple transaction could break the power balance that had existed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. At present, Western Desert superforces already understood the benefits of transacting with Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was openly transacting Immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and the price was affordable to the superforces. On the other hand, he created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, allowing any superforce to join the alliance. Moreover, once they joined the alliance, they could transact secretly and obtain a lot of benefits. Fang Clan joined the alliance, so they could transact secretly and raise their strength. Now, Yuan Clan Gu Immortals did not even dare to show up. They could only let Fang Clan loot almost all of their resource points. This trend was truly dangerous. The gains of Fang Clan moved people, while the miserable state of Yuan Clan deterred them. What could superforces do in this situation? The simplest choice was to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance.